Well, a very good morning and welcome to Düsseldorf on the opening day of the Düsseldorf Grand-Prix. 3 days of competition, and I'm delighted to be sitting alongside former world champion Loretta Cusack-Doyle. Good morning, Loretta.
Good morning, Sheldon. I'm delighted to be here.
She hasn't got a suitcase.
Well, it has taken me trains, planes and automobiles to get here, but I can say it was all worth it.
A terrific effort from
looking
Loretta.
At those pictures, the intro, they're of wonderful Düsseldorf, but it didn't look like that yesterday, I can assure you.
Well, we're inside, it's nice and warm. It's still pretty cold outside, but things are about to hot up. And I know Loretta's been looking at the sheets and things and making all sorts of marks. So I'm going to look at Loretta and hope that she's got a few names for this morning. Who should we be looking at?
You know, last in Paris, we talked about various athletes that were going to come through, and there was a few surprises, I thought, in Paris. And maybe this with the new change to the rules has made slight difference. But also there's a change, before we go on to the athletes, there's a change of the ranking points, the world ranking points. So we have, for this, everyone's going to be trying to get their hands not only on a medal, and gold medal especially, but 700 points is to be gained from this event. And when you're looking at the points that are throughout the major events that we've got, the Grand Slam, 1,000 points for a gold medal, and for a World Masters, which is back in now, is 1,800 points, and the World and Olympic Games, 2,000 points. So it makes a massive difference on that world ranking stage for anybody that's picking up medals here today and in Paris a couple of weeks ago. So for me, it's going to be very exciting, very challenging, and there's going to be some real competition out there for the 3 days that we're here in Düsseldorf. But yes, you say about looking at obviously competitors, and yes, I did take a few notes, and as you have to anyway. But maybe the one that sticks in my mind from Paris when we were together was Tina.
Yeah.
And
special
Tina
fighter
for Slovenia, who won the gold medal in Paris. And as we were saying, the pressure was on her. She's Olympic champion and was one of those that just steadily progressed throughout the tournament. And we felt there was looked a little bit flat. And when it actually came to that final, just pulled it out the bag and showed the quality of athlete that she was, and that she was truly Olympic class. And for me, what I'm looking for is to see that performance again here this weekend, and I'm excited to see that match. And so she's won. Obviously, Lukas Krupelek from Czech Republic, again, he's another sort of great athlete, good fighter. For me, another exciting fighter to come out. But 48, well, again, let's go to the, you've actually got the...
Oh, I've got the 48 kilo category
so
there.
Yeah, to yourself anyway. But obviously the Serbian is the top seed here. Nikolic. Now, she's obviously got to be one of the big favours to win the tournament. Pavlenko, again, she's a favourite of mine, the way she fights. I like her. And I know, talking to a lot of coaches and some athletes, she's like Marmite. You either like her or you don't. I love her, and I think she always gives a good account of herself, and for me is someone to... But Min is... Katrina, again for
the German
Germany,
down at in the lower half of the draw.
A real top favourite, and I'm sure the crowd are going to totally support her all the way. And let's see, we have to talk about the British favourite, Kimberly Rennicks. Have to give her a wee sort of support there. But that was within the 48s, and obviously we've got quite a tough opposition in there. There is some really strong athletes in the 48s. And but I think we're starting now anyway, aren't we?
Right, and we're going to start on mat number 2. Aliushka Ojeda of Cuba faces Safo Choban of Germany. It'll be Ojeda in the white judogi, Choban in blue. So the Germans have got something to look at first thing in the morning, and they'll have a number of fighters in each of the weight categories. Paulina Starker of Germany is also in this weight category. She's got a tough draw because she's in the same pool as Jovana Rogic of Serbia, and one of my favourites, Ishikawa Megumi of Japan. And Ishikawa is a Neowaza specialist, and we've seen in the last 3 tournaments the removal of the fear of some of the Newaza specialists about getting involved in long, drawn-out attempts to turn their opponents over, because they don't have to worry about the clock any longer. You can afford to pick up a Shido if you're a slow starter, but you can get involved on the ground because you're not going to lose on a single Shido or 2 Shidos. That was the problem for Nevaza specialists in the past.
Yes.
They would spend time on the ground, the clock would get eaten up, and they would lose on a single Shido. Not now.
Well, this is the first round of the 57 kilos, and yeah, as you would expect, it's starting very cagey indeed. Both there's a Sutemi Waza attempt there from the German Koban. A couple of times we've now seen that in the first opening minutes of this contest. As we expect, the Cubans are very feisty. They're good grips, very, very strong athletes. She attempts a drop there. It wasn't as successful as she would hope it would be, and now leaves herself in a very tricky situation. As we know, the Germans are very, very strong in the Newaza, and she's looking there for the Jujikitami, which is obviously just let that arm slip out. But again, a good opportunity, slightly missed.
So you mentioned Safo in the top part of the draw. She's in Pool A. We're looking at her now. And then you've got the 2 sisters, Amelie and Theresa Stoll. Amelie is in Pool B, Theresa's in Pool C. And then we've already said about Paulina Starker in Pool D.
Well, the Germans have always produced fine athletes, very, very strong athletes, and very consistent in the results that they get from Germany. And being on home ground, we're going to be expecting, I would have thought, a few medals over the next 3 days.
That last cycle that we've just come out of, we had Miriam Roper at under 57 kilos for Germany. As far as I understand, I heard yesterday that although she's finished fighting for Germany, she's going to be fighting for someone else now, for another country. She's moved. She always had dual nationality, and apparently she's going to be competing for someone else. So we shall see.
That'd be interesting to keep our eye out for that one. Well, Koban has there taken an excellent lead here. A Wazari on the board. As we know with the new rules, there's only a Wazari a pot. An Uchimata into a Makikomi there for Koban.
Yeah, we had a few weeks when we were introducing each of the broadcasts when we'd roll out the video, but I think by now, we're coming to the end of February now, sort of 3 months into the 3rd month. I think most people who are judo watchers have seen it over and over again, so we're not going to want to ram that down your throats too much. You can just sit back and watch all the action. It is online, that new rules video. If you want, you can go and click on that and have a reminder if you like.
And again, Koban's got that left hand onto the lapel, attempting the Uchimata. It's not really as successful as she would hope it would be, and it's starting to look a little bit scrappy, and she's got to be careful there because she doesn't want to start picking up Shidos for poor entries into an attack there. It looks more of a defense rather than an actual attack.
She'd previously competed at 52, and the difference, in strength and power, just get the feeling that she hasn't quite yet reached that kind of level yet. Or it could be that she's just a slow starter. First fight up, it just drains you.
At the end of the day, if they make a mistake in the first fight, that's them out of the tournament. They miss out. You can see that left hand into the lapel, but it was enough to keep her opponent at bay, and the Wazari staying on the board quite firmly for Koban, and a place into the 2nd round.
Now that place in the second round that Loretta's talking about will be up against Priscilla Netto.
Well, that's going to be a real challenge for her.
Priscilla herself has only just recently moved up to 57 kilos, so that'll be a good one.
Very well.
Yeah. Seems like such a long time ago that Netto took her bronze medal at the Olympic Games, because she missed out in Rio. So you have to go, I say all the way back, but you do have to go back to London when Netto was at her height and she took that bronze medal in the under 52 kilo category. We're going to see the see her competing at 57 now. We'll see how she gets on there. Right, the next two fighters up on mat number 2, Leung Po Sum of Hong Kong. She's up against Julia Kowalczyk of Poland. It's Leung in the white judogi, Kowalczyk in blue. Just looking to see who's in the middle there. We had the pleasure of the company of this referee's sister last week. So the referee in the middle is Frank Dutch. It was his sister last week who was on the tatami. She's a useful referee, actually.
Nice bit of Niwaza there from Kowalczyk there.
We mentioned Paulina Starker. She's in the lower half of the draw. She's just about to take to mat number 3. If you want to watch that one, you can just click on mat number 3. You won't have the dulcet tones of Loretta Cusack-Doyle there, but you will get to see what you want. You miss the commentary if you jump around to the match yourself, but the choice is yours.
So Leung there with the drops near Sianagi. Very poor attack for her. Has that right hand on the lapel, controlling quite nicely, but needs to tuck the elbow in, which comes again in for the Sianagi drop. As you can see, it's still too far away from opponent. Kowalczyk there with the left hand on the lapel. Drops Sianagi, drives off there. Leung looking for, looks to be like a Sangaku turn. Hooking behind that, her opponent's elbow, and trying to draw her over. Needs to tie up and tidy up the control on the upper part of the body. As you can see, it's just slipped there. A left to right grip. Poland looking for that Sianagi once more. Both opting for the same style of techniques. Both not very successful in them. A minute and a half left in this contest. Young little bounce there, trying to engage into her opponent's space. Catches that right hand sleeve lapel there. Ouchigari there. An attempt of a counter from Leung. Well, there's no score yet, and just over a minute left in the contest. Very difficult to say which way this is going to go, but both opting for the drop Sianagi, both not very successful with it. It was a glimpse of an Ouchigari, which was quite refreshing to see. Slight change of a direction.
Kowalczyk is not the Polish number 1. They've got another fighter who they sent to the Olympics and who's not here this weekend. That's Arleta Podolak. We may see her next week, I suppose. They roll her out when the Polish have got their own tournament. So it could be that she's decided to fight at home. That's if the men are. I'm not sure if because we've got men and women in different places next week, and I'm not sure who we've got in Warsaw. Anyway, I'm going there.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure.
I can't remember.
Yeah.
I'm going anyway. We'll see.
Osotogari there, nice attack, just so close to a score. Didn't have the upper body control, but now is starting to look for the Niwaza. From this angle, it's very difficult to see whether she has something there. I'm surprised not to see so much Niwaza from Poland, because they normally are very, very strong and very quick to react in the ground, but she's very slow in the uptake. Well, it was a bit of a drop with the leg hooking around for the Ouchigari. I wasn't quite sure, and I don't think she realised which way she was going to go there. But we're going into the golden score.
The winner of this, by the way, has to fight Udaka Nae of Japan. Good luck with that one.
No, it's going to be very difficult.
And we're talking about Neil as a specialist.
Well, the most important thing, they're getting this warm-up.
That's a lovely effort.
Yes! Fantastic Ouchigari. What a lovely finish, Ippon. Well, she threatened that Ouchigari in the earlier, in the first part of the contest, in the last minute, and there we saw it again, and it was nicely executed.
Once she got in, nice and close with the leg, she saw the arm go around the back and really begin to pull her opponent in.
It was
After
very
that,
difficult for her to get out of that one.
no
Nice
getting
and
off
deep.
it, yeah. That was it, done.
Well, that was the warm-up over, and she's got a real challenge ahead of her in the second round.
Right, coming up next, Amelie Stoll of Germany faces Marguerite Bergstra of the Netherlands. It's Stoll in the white judogi, Bergstra in blue.
In blue for Spain, Quinta Garcia.
See, that contest went into golden score. So people will say, oh, it was a golden score. One, it was interesting as they tried to work things out. And two, there was a great finish that happened, within the first 10, 15 seconds of golden
yes,
score. So for me, there's no problem.
No.
It went into golden score. They both realised, well, this is it now. Polish fighter absolutely goes for it, Kowalczyk, and then buries Ling. Okay, we had to wait a little while for it, but it wasn't a bad contest. It wasn't boring. There were things where the fighters were trying to work things out, and eventually she did, because as Loretta was saying, there were several occasions when she tried the Ouchi. It didn't work out, but once they got into golden score, something got triggered, and off she went.
Well, this is going to be a very challenging match. These very strong athletes, great in the kumikata, the grips. Bergstrack there looking for the uchimata, following it through into the niwaza. Nice opportunity there, but sadly just missed. Both very, very strong in the kumikata. Slight advantage, I think, there goes to Bergstrad. And there's the first Shido, first Stoll. And Ouchigari nice and deep as that right arm is thrown over the back there, and she hooks in very deep with the Ouchigari. The most important thing, though, is that that left hand controls her opponent's right sleeve down as she hooks in for the Ouchigari. Good counter attack there. Well, a nice bit of judo there from both these athletes. And 2.5 minutes left in the contest. Once more, both taking some very strong grips there. Now Stoll looking for the Sangaku. She ties up that upper body, as you can see. Nice and tight there. She crosses the legs and looks to try and rotate her opponent over. Well, Bergstrad did very well to avoid what looked to be a really uncomfortable situation for her. Well, Stoll is starting to liven up now. A couple of good attacks there in the last minute. She draws her opponent down to her knees. Obviously, there's a lot of threat now for the Dutch girl. Picks up her first Shido. Bergstrad there with that left hand on the collar, hooking in. Looks the Uchimata following through for a shimiwaza, but that head slipped through.
The winner of this will face Anastasia Konkina of Russia, the young Russian in the under 57 kilo category.
This is a really tough match, and it's very interesting to see the dynamics of these two. Both very, very good, strong grippers. Bergström at the beginning, she started off very strong and dominated in the first minute. Then Stoll changed it about. She's now started to pick up pace and put in some very good, strong attacks. No scores, but very, very close to scoring. And now it's a bit of a 50-50 here, so it's been well matched, and be interesting to see how this one finishes off, because both now got a Shido. Stoll looking for the Sangaku turn.
It's the third time that she's managed to get the leg in and inside the arm, and from there, I'm not going to say that you shouldn't fail after that, but that's the opening. It's like, you know, it's like a tin. If you can't get the first press into that metal, you've got no chance. She's managed it 3 times, and yet she hasn't once managed the turnover.
There was one time she'd actually got the legs in really tight and just didn't have the power to rotate her opponent over. But the other two, it just the initial first dig behind the arm just wasn't good enough. So the rest of it all falls apart. There's nothing to follow through, and that's the same in the tachiwaza. When they come in with a half-hearted attack, it's going to be very unlikely that they're going to get a score off it. Good attack keeps the referee off their backs, but still it's not a scorer.
Right, this is another contest that's going to go into golden score, and in exactly the same way as the first one that we saw. I've got no problem in sitting here and watching another minute or 2 minutes of this.
I think it's been an interesting match, even though there's been a Shido apiece. It's been very interesting indeed.
It's finely balanced. They are well matched. Obviously, here they are in golden score. So well worth looking at.
There's been a lot of action there. There's been a lot of opportunities. Sadly, a lot of opportunities missed. But Stoll
missed that one as well.
There, but again,
missed that one. We've got the under 60 kilo category, by the way, coming up after this. Here's Loretta again.
Well, it is about who's going to get in there first, and Stoll looking for the Niwaza again. Again, it's too slow to react. Referee is not going to waste any time.
Bergström is on thin ice here.
Lovely counter there.
Now, it should be, from what they were talking about, it should have been the Dutch girl's score. Because in that rule, it says if there is a Keishiwaza, then the one who lands first is going to be given the score. For me, I can't understand how that works. That was perfect execution from Amelie Stoll, and yet her opponent lands on first. So the wording for me is wrong. This goes against what it says in the wording. In the event of a Keishiwaza, the athlete who lands first is going to be the athlete who lands first is going to be given the score. Can't be right.
But I think it's a situation if the person lands and it's a pause. If it's a continuation.
I want to get the thing here, because we were talking about this last night. They showed one with Natalie Powell. Same action. They give it to her opponent.
Yes.
I couldn't believe it. I wanted to ask them, how does that work? I'm absolutely delighted for Amelie Stoll, because it's a clear indication that was a perfect counter. So I want to know where that line is. I'm going to leave you with Loretta whilst I go and investigate it.
Right, we have prelim of Brazil in the white and Kelem of Germany, Lucas in the blue. This is the 60 kilos first round. You've just joined us. I'm Loretta Cusack-Doyle on behalf of the International Judo Federation. Welcome to Düsseldorf. for the 2017 Grand Prix.
Nächste Begegnung auf der Matte 3. Männer erste Runde bis 60 Kilogramm. Im blauen Judo-Anzug aus Deutschland, Philipp Graf.
Over the 3 days here in Düsseldorf, we have 346 athletes participating, 206 men and 140 women, and representing 50 nations. And we're here on this first day with the men's 60 kilos. Pelham, Brazil in the white gi. Kelem of Germany, blue. A drop Sianagi there from Kelem. Both bent over stance, very similar in posture. As you can see, ruffling away there, trying to look for a space to create and drop underneath. You can see there in the far corner the coach encouraging that sort of lifting of the lapel. As you can see, the opening by that ruffle is just opening the jacket, creating a lovely attempt there of an Uchimata, very gutsy. Could have actually cost him because he missed the leg completely. If Kalem had reacted better, he could have stepped across on that. Well, first Shido now awarded to Germany. The German to the right hand on the lapel, coming underneath, and is now searching for that sleeve grip. The Brazilian just keeping it at bay. Stab across there from the German for an attack. Just stepping that leg, but Sumigesh following through into the Niwaza. Scoring a Wazari. So Brazil now takes a very comfortable lead and looks very composed there, as you can see in the picture. So 1 minute and 32 seconds left in the contest. Brazil taking a very comfortable lead now. Left hand, Brazilian. Nice Sukemi Waza. Scoring a Wazari, following through now, looking for an opportunity there in the Niwaza. Still not letting his opponent up. Well, the German's got 1 minute and 6 seconds to turn this all around again. He's on a chasing game now. Oh, and a Kosota, lovely attack there as he follows through into the Niwaza. The German knows he has to stay up. He has to try and find something there in the Tachiwaza. The Kosota, again back up onto his feet. That ruffling of the lapel, as you see there again. Trying to look desperately for an opportunity of opening for the Sianagi, as we've seen a few times, but just not creating enough space to get through. Brazilian with the left hand on the lapel, tucking the elbow in over his opponent's arm. He's got a very good grip, and that left drawing right over onto the back as the German drops underneath him. And the Sangaku turn here, he's wanting to desperately keep his opponent down. With 6 seconds to go, it looks like the Brazilian has got this all sewn up. So that was a great win for the Brazilian, Pelim. It goes through to the second round of the men's 60 kilos.
first round for men under 60 kilograms, number 2.
So now we've got coming up very shortly the 60 kilos, representing Great Britain in the white gi, Ashley Mackenzie, and he's up against the Colombian in the blue gi, John Futunico in the blue.
Well, I hope all of Ashley's buddies and friends are watching, and they could be watching on Facebook, because we are also streaming live on Facebook for the very first time.
That's interesting.
So welcome to all our Facebook watchers, if you happen to be watching on Facebook and you've never seen the live stream before. It's Loretta Cusack-Doyle alongside, and I'm delighted to be sitting with her.
Thank you. Well, this is a good start for Ashley Mackenzie, first opening attack. He'll be hoping to do a little bit better than what he did in Paris. It was a bit disappointing. Not quite sure what happened to him there, but I'm quite sure that match will have haunted him a little bit. But today he starts off really well. Futunico there, defending in the knee buzzer as Ashley works his way down in the ground, looking for the opportunity of the arm, but obviously not quick enough for the referee. Very low Tayatoshi there. And his opponent now picks up the first Shido. Great Britain in white, Colombia in the blue.
And by the way, I've had a look at that Natalie Powell one. My initial feeling was that was a score to Natalie Powell, and on reflection, I'm afraid not. That was the Korean score, and it was a good score. It was the right score that was given. And I take back everything that I said. I take it all back. Yeah. No score yet, just the single penalty picked up by the Colombia. 2.5 minutes, or just under 2.5 minutes left to go.
It's always very difficult from different angles when you're looking at counters, because it's about, especially if it's a low counter attack, there's not much room for the maneuver to get that lift and finish as smoothly and as nicely as you would like. So when it is smaller, it is a bit of a 50-50 chance you take, I believe. So Ashley doing extremely well here. The Colombian, very strong, good kumikata. Futunico there, taking the left hand onto his opponent's right collar. Ashley staying very tight there. Futunico there picking up his second Shido. He'll be quite frustrated with that. Mackenzie, not quite sure what he was looking at that moment there with the referee, but as you can see his fingers strapped up. Looking for the kumikata. Bit of a mishap there, but not intentional.
The next contest on tatami 1 is first round for women under 52 kilograms.
So the Colombian now sort of driving forward, trying desperately to get control. The drop Tayatoshi there from Mackenzie. Again, another wee bit of a mishap, but once more, not intentional. So as you can say, Mackenzie comes right through for the Siyotoshi for a Wazari. Oh, so close could have been Ippon, and as you can look at Mackenzie's face, I think he thought as well he couldn't have got any deeper on it. He'd seen the Tayatoshi very low, and he just switched it through for the Siyotoshi. A nice attack, scoring him a very good, rewarding Wazari. 2 shidos on the board for Kutaniko. Again, still tracing, but you can Mackenzie has got that sleeve grip, which is causing the Colombians so many problems here. Finding it very difficult to break through the kumikata of Mackenzie. So less than half a minute, another shido, which means 3 shidos and a hand sokumaki awarded to the Colombian. So Ashley Mackenzie goes through with a very convincing win into the second round of the under 60 kilos.
On tatami 2. First round for men under 60 kilograms. In blue for Hungary, Barta Akos. And in white for Tunisia, Fraj Douibi.
Douibi of Tunisia now coming up in the white gi. Bata of Hungary in the blue.
First round for women under 52 kilograms. Please welcome in blue for Germany, Ines Beischmidt. And in white for Portugal, Leandra Freitas.
Douibi. Tunisia in white, Bata of Hungary in the blue. Nice Utemiwaza there from Bata. Good start in the opening seconds of this contest. Slight height advantage. The long limbs coming through, as you can say, takes the first grip on that lapel with the right hand. Drops Sianagi. Again, another nice entry. Now that's good. 2 very good attacks. Again, the Sumigesh in, and they're looking for the Niwaza. So already Bata taking control of this contest, and on the back foot there is the Tunisian trying to come through. As you can see, that left hand on the high collar was a good start there, but now drawing his opponent down into his own size, trying to break him down. But again, Utemiwaza and an opportunity for the Niwaza. Duhoibi with 1 shido on a board. Now that left hand looks to be a danger. Very strong when he gets it, as you can see now. Drawing over the shoulder, drawing his opponent's head down to his own height, giving him a better opportunity. Looking for the Ashiwazas. You just sense that lovely Ochigari there, that something's going to happen. And there we've got a great attack. Now this is what the Tunisian does. He's obviously got the disadvantage of the height, and he needs to bring his opponent down to his own size. From there, by drawing his opponent's head down, the tactics looks to be like drawing him up, and as he reacts by lifting the head back, leaves him open to the rear for the Ochis and the Ashiwazas.
Aus Spanien, Francisco Garrigos.
Again, the Hungarian takes the first grip, but the Tunisian wants that left hand up high over, and as he's got it, but Utemiwaza then into the ground. So the danger here, that if the Tunisian takes that left hand high, as you can see, he's working his way, trying to bring his opponent down to his own height, taking away any advantage of reach and height that his opponent Bata has. There is always that danger. He's got good feet, good ashiwazas. No score on the board yet, with 1.5 minutes left in this contest. There's a real battle of kumikata now.
First round for women under 52 kilograms, Atami 1.
Again, looking for the takedown. Now following it, trying through and around his opponent's back, onto his opponent's blind side. And the Tunisian with the right hand, but that's the left hand which is the danger for the Hungarian. As he draws his opponent's head down, but again, Sutemiwaza. Barta's got to be very careful, even though he's moving his opponent right now, but could start, as he gets tired, looking as a defense to avoid that left hand every time it comes over, because that is a real threat from the Tunisian. So Barta should be looking at a Shido very shortly if he continues. And there it is. The right hand on the lapel, that left hand he's desperately trying to get over the top. Dihubi. Will you be there with that left hand again is the threat, and Barta reacts as he knows it. So we're now going into the golden score, a Shido apiece. Now what we have is quite obvious. We've got Sutemiwaza, we've got the Sumigesh, been attempted many occasions by Barta. Will he get the opportunity in the golden score? But for me, the fear there is the Tunisian Huibi with the Ochigari that we saw earlier on was most probably one of the strongest attacks and dangerous. Very good with his feet, but the problem is he's got to get that left hand high over the collar, draw his opponent's head down. Is it a task too much? You see the left is there, he's drawing the head down. Is he going to be gutsy enough? As you can see, Sotogari, yes! Well, it was that left hand that was constantly the biggest threat. As you could see, he skipped across, he made his opponent light on his feet, and from the Ashiwaza switched it through onto the Osotogari into the Makakomi. Fantastic finish within 19 seconds. It was always there. Just nice to see that once more.
The next contest on the Atami 2 is first round for men under 60 kilograms. Please welcome in blue for United States of America, Adonis Diaz. And in white for Germany.
So now we're staying with the 60 kilos and mat number 2. We have representing Germany in the white gi, Bison. And representing the USA, Diaz in the blue gi. Germany white, USA blue. Now a real feisty start here for the American, and then a lovely follow through with the drop. Cianagi scoring the first Wazari in the first 30 seconds of this contest, and he's not going to give up there as he works in the Niwaza. Very aggressive approach to the ground, drawing his opponent, tying up that head very nicely there, tying, as you can see, the arm, forearm, bicep over onto the neck, and now working that leg out. A lot of effort was put into that Niwaza, and a great start for this American. Well, there's no messing around here. And the German, I think, has just had the biggest wake-up call that he had. If that's not going to bring him back up into the contest, I don't know what will. Obviously, a slight little mishap there with the kumikata, but obviously not an intentional mishap. Again, very, very light on his feet. Diaz, again with the drop Sianagi, nicely worked. Tomonagi, Yoko Tomonagi attempt there. Well, a very energetic start from this American. Gives an element of excitement in this contest. And a lot of pressure on the German, because I don't think he really expected this in the first round. And has really started to try and adapt to the pace of this contest, which is very fast for the German. Vizon now is taking control. He's slowed the American down. As you can see, he's taken that sleeve. The American dropping underneath to try and break up what was uncomfortable situation for him at that time. Now the German with that high, oh, lovely Kosota. Scoring a Wazari. Now this just hottens up this contest very nicely, bringing this whole contest alive and open for anybody. The German just needed that time. He came out in the first opening seconds of the contest and was hit very cold and by a big surprise of the fast pace of the American. Now he's had time. The American is starting to slow down slightly, so the pace is much more comfortable for the German. It takes each time a very strong grip. As you can see, that left hand on the lapel. Now he's taking the sleeve with the right hand. So the American has slightly changed his tactics. He's run out of steam slightly. He started off very energetic and now is playing the same pace as his opponent, which is now suiting Bizon very comfortably. A Wazari apiece, 2 Shidos on the board for Diaz, and it's starting to look like it's going to go all horribly wrong. He started off really well, but now the experienced German is now bringing it back into play. Looking for the opportunity in Niwaza. The American looked for the Shimiwaza. A Wazari apiece, just over a minute left in this contest. Very exciting round. Both very good, strong Kumikata. Well, it obviously was just too good to be true to be able to keep it there, the Kosota. And looking at this angle, it could have been quite easily upon, but as I'm saying it, on this angle, hooked in it. Actually, the American really walked in that. He was looking for the Ouchigari, and the counter was there. Now the American again, very slow pace. He's playing the same game as the German, so Bizon is quite happy to work at that pace. Just 38 seconds. The third and final Shido has been awarded to Diaz. Sadly for the American, he started off so well, but has been awarded the Hansokimaki for accumulating 3 Shidos. It was a great start for the American. He's given a really good account of himself, but that pace, if he's going to start off like that, he's got to be able to continue right through the whole contest. So a great win for the German Bizon, who goes through to the second round of the men's 60 kilos. Now we're coming up to the Bulgarian. Gerchev in the white gi, representing Bulgaria. Chekivimani of of Georgia in the blue. So Georgia blue, Bulgaria white. Chekivimani there, strong. Oh, we know the Georgians are very strong, and they had a great performance in Paris just a fortnight ago. The Bulgarian, Gerchev, as we know, is a very strong contender of a medal this weekend. Well, 2 minutes and 40 seconds left in this contest. No score yet.
Im blauen Judoanzug aus Israel, Tal Flicker. Und im weißen Judoanzug aus Brasilien, Marcelo Fujita.
So Gerchev now takes the lead with the first Wazari halfway through this contest. There's the Wazari there. We have 1 minute and 20 seconds. A lovely drop Sianagi again there from the Bulgarian. Well, the Georgian really now starting to try and come back in the last minute and 15 seconds. As you can see just there in the picture, totally frustrated in this contest. Again, a Sumigesh attempt there from the Bulgarian. Scrambling away there at the legs of the Georgian, as the Georgian just looks totally amazed by the way this is all. And obviously the more frustrated the Georgian is getting, the less productive he's in this contest. But the first Shido now been awarded to Gerchev. 57 seconds left. Strong Kumikata there, both bent over in position. The Ochigari attempt there from the Tomonagi, and the follow through with the Niwaza. Again, Gerchev doing enough. So awarded for the Tomonagi, another Wazari. And the Georgian advancing on, desperately trying to find any opportunity, but I think the total frustration he has, the mental attitude towards this, has been just too much for him to cope and concentrate and focusing on the judo itself. No Uchigari attempt there, but you can see the Tomonagi following through. Wasn't so sure, but as you can see, just frustration throughout. Well, sadly for the Georgian, that frustration has been the losing ingredient for him in this contest, and is something that he's most probably got to address in future contests. But Gerchev, a convincing win from the Bulgarian, goes through to the second round of the men's 60 kilos. Well, if we go through to mat number 3, so we're just seeing the finishing up of this match, the men's 66 kilos, where Flicker has just won on the Wazari.
In blue for Puerto Rico, Augusto Miranda. And in white for Kazakhstan,
But following this match, we have Basu in the white, Adam in the blue.
Nächste Begegnung auf der Matte 3. Männer bis 66 Kilogramm, erste Runde. Im blauen Judo-Anzug aus Deutschland, Michael Adam. Und im weißen Judo-Anzug aus Marokko, Imad Bassou.
So representing Morocco in the white, Basu, and representing Germany, Adam. Imad Basu white, Michael Adam in the blue. This is the first round of the men's 66 kilos. Well, Adam there in the blue. Not looking so strong on the grips. Making second best there as the Moroccan comes through with the drop. Well, it's a very close match. German Michael Adam. Just opting, as you can see, both just opting for that sleeve grip, and the referee giving Michael Adam the first Shido. To be frank, neither one of them are doing very much at this moment, possibly both deserving the Shido. But for Michael Adam, it's now just changed the pace slightly for him. He realizes that he has to do that little bit more, so the dynamics slightly changed now in this contest. Moroccan very bouncy on the feet, just looking to create an opportunity as that right arm slightly higher to come over, but then his shot comes underneath with the drop Sianagi.
First round for weight under 66 kilograms, tatami 2. In blue for Brazil, Charles Chibana. And in white for Australia, Nathan Gatz.
Well, Michael Adam is trailing with that one Shido on the board with 1 minute and 32 seconds left in this contest. The Moroccan very bouncy on the feet, and he has the threat of that drop Sianagi that we've seen quite a few times, but just doesn't have the finish just quite right yet. But again, it's a major threat. But you can see Michael Adam now looking for the Niwaza entry. He has to be really careful as he moves over on top of that drop, that he doesn't enhance the attack. Add Basu. Again, the drop, taking both sleeves, both opting for the sleeve grips. Looking, Basu now. Right hand on the high collar, he attempts the Uchimata. A little bit scrappy there and left himself wide open for the counter. And now Michael Adam looking for an opportunity down there. Following it through. That leg's caught up though, that's the major problem, and is going for the Jujikatami. But really didn't actually have much of a chance on executing that technique. Legs too wide apart, no control. So 21 seconds left in this contest. Michael Adam with the Wazari keeps him in the lead. And now follows through into the Niwaza for Nosikomi, just to put the icing on the cake of this contest. Well, the Moroccan, I believe, just tapped up there, so he submitted. Wasn't interested in continuing anymore, I don't think there, but so or scored the Ippon with the Niwaza. So with the 1 second left, a Wazari and an Ippon on the board. And a win for Michael Adam through to the second round. So Vagos representing the USA in the white gi, Viru, Moldova.
Und im weißen Judoanzug aus den Vereinigten Staaten, Ryan Vargas.
USA white, Moldova in the blue. A lovely drop Sianagi there. Good start for Vargas of the USA. Now, as we saw his teammate earlier on, started off brilliantly, but just blew out of steam at the end. But again, another good start for this American. This American takes there the right hand on the collar, attempting the Yoko Tomonagi. Very well anticipated there from Veru. Lovely Ouchigari following it through into the Niwaza. Nice attack, breaking his opponent's balance. Just needs to be slightly deeper and a more drive off that back leg, but again, still a good attack, and most probably a real threatening move from Veru. Just joined us, Loretta Cusack-Doyle on behalf of the International Judo Federation. Welcome here to Düsseldorf for the Grand Prix 2017. Already this stadium started to heat up very nicely with the talent that we've already seen in this competition. The first day of 3 in a lovely drop Sienagi, as you can see there. But once more, well anticipated there from the Moldovan as he blocks the drop. Veru picking up the first Shido with 2 minutes left in this contest. An attempt there of Ataya Toshi. Ippon Sienagi driving off the back end of that technique, but left himself a little bit open there in the knee waza, and as you can see that arm there for the arm lock. Vargas doing well to slip that arm out, but it looked like it was just going to go all horribly wrong there for the American. So 1 minute 42 seconds left in this contest. No score. If it remains the same, it will go on to golden score. There's been some great opportunities for both these athletes. And now we've got a bigger opportunity. Can he hold Vargas in the Osakomi?
In blue for Japan, Isoda Norihito. And in white for France, Alexander Mariak.
Well, the American did very well indeed to avoid that very tricky situation. I thought it was all over and done with there for Veru. So full credit for this American that did so well to anticipate what the next vital move in the ground that could have cost him this contest. So 50 seconds left in the contest. Under a minute now. Only one Shido, and now the second one to Ryan Vargas. Starting to look a little bit tiring, and the pressure is starting to pile on from the Moldovan. Well, the American is trying to keep his opponent at bay. Another, lovely Kosota. Good as she was there, almost had his opponent on his back. Vargas with 2 Shidos, one more would result in a hand Sokumaki, and he's not looking so clever at this moment. This could be on the cards if he continues. Veru, and attempting there with the Ouchi. Ashiwazas, both left and right. He's now starting to open up and pile the pressure on the American with just seconds to go. Well, the American survived this contest and allow him an opportunity into the golden score to try and redeem himself, but it was looking so horribly wrong. He started to landslide into a losing situation in this contest, and as we know, the Shidos are not taken into play in the contest itself, into the golden score. Veru can afford to pick one Shido up, which will even it, and then after that it's anybody else's game. So a gutsy move there from the American as he swings under his opponent. I say gutsy, but no follow through. Didn't actually have anything at the end of it. Both these athletes know that this is the crunch time. More pressure on Vagos. One more Shido would result in a hand Sokimaki anyway, and the loss of a contest, which we'd know. Oh, a lovely Tomonagi there. Great aerial awareness from the American, who now tries to look for an opportunity in groundwork. Trying to get past those legs. Referee doing well to keep this in play. Given the benefit of the doubt for Ryan Vagos. The right hand of Veru goes over. Good ashiwazas, breaking his opponent's balance. Vagos reacts by trying to counter, falling onto his face. Lovely Taitoshi attempt there. Cross grip from Vagos Sumigesh. You know, he's got the lovely Yoko Tomonagi. We've seen that a couple of times, where he's got the lift, but he just doesn't have the finish of the technique. Moldovan has good ashiwazas, which are always a big danger. But I think the biggest danger is this. Is the fact that Chigari attempt there, nicely executed again, just didn't get the score, but a good, strong attack nevertheless. And there we get it. The next Shido being awarded to Vagos Ryan, and which results in the hand Sokimaki, but in this case in golden score. A loss and out of the tournament. Denis Veru of Moldova goes through to the second round of the men's 66 kilo category.
The next contest on tatami 1. It's the second round for women under 48 kilograms. Please welcome in blue for Germany, Mira Ulrich, and in white for Romania, Monica Ungurianu.
Nächste Begegnung auf der Matte 3 im blauen Judoanzug mit 66 Kilogramm aus Deutschland.
So now we have Mark Velashvili of Georgia in the white.
Aus Georgien, Vaja Margvelashvili.
And Shebel of Germany in the blue. Margvel Lashvili white, Shebel Germany in the blue. Now a real bouncy start for this German. Home crowd supporting him, as you can hear the drums in the background. Lovely Uchimata attempt there from the Georgian.
In blue for Israel, Baruch Shmailov. And in white for Slovenia, Adrian Gompos.
Margvelashvili there, looking the stronger of the two. Very powerful attacks and good strong kumikata as he draws his opponent down into the niwaza. I'd say we've got you back again, Sheldon. I was feeling all alone here.
I am back. I had a long conversation with the IGF media manager, Mark Pickering, about new rules and various things, and he eventually said, okay, you better go back and relieve Loretta, let Loretta take a break, because your coffee's gone cold now.
Well, you wouldn't want to break here. There's been some excellent matches, and this is another one that's Very strong indeed. Some really close ones, but well fought rounds.
Mark Vilashvili has got some big shoes to fill. Shavdatuashvili took the gold medal in the under 66 kilo category for Georgia, so they were slightly put out when he had to move up to 73, and they didn't get the same kind of result. But Shavdatuashvili is around and still strong. Nice Ochigari left-sided there, really troubling Streibler, and I think he might be on his way out.
Streibler is really struggling against the grips. Very powerful, strong attacks, good posture. He's not phased at all. He's biding his time here. It's just a matter of time. As you can see that arm, that left arm coming, creeping round the shoulder, drawing his opponent down into the Niwaza.
He just dodged that one as well.
Yes, it's really, he's finding it very uncomfortable indeed. And there's the third Shido. So
I thought he dodged it, but his colleagues, the referee's colleagues, obviously said no. He cannot cope at this level. It was just a step too much for him. The gripping was too much.
It looked the difference between a boy and a man out there. The size and the power and what was generating the sort of demanding of the win. And that's what the Georgian did right from the beginning. He took control and he took this match. So
right, it's 11:15. Loretta's got a cold cup of coffee on the desk. We're going to let Loretta take a little break and a little wander around, stretch her legs. And the other thing is you may be able to chase down the location of her luggage, because she flew here yesterday and had a nightmare of a journey. So we're going to give Loretta a little break, and she'll be back shortly.
It does mean that I actually did wash, and I have got clean clothes. So he's not trying to get rid of me because of any other reasons. Okay, so I look forward to seeing you a little bit later.
We shall wait for your return.
Right.
Right, coming up next on mat number 3, Andres Klukov of Lithuania faces Bozidar Temelkov of Bulgaria. It's Temelkov in the white judogi and Klukov in blue. This is round 1 of the under 66 kilo category. I'm not going to say that the last contest was a mismatch, but he had his difficulties, did Scheibel, and wasn't able to overcome them. 5 weight categories today, three women's weight categories and 2 men. We've got the under 48, the under 52 and under 57 kilo categories for women, and the 2 men's weight categories are the lightest ones, 60 and 66, and we're watching the under 66 kilo category at the moment. This is down on mat number 3. You can choose whichever mat you want to watch just by clicking on that, or there is the commentated channel, and obviously if you're listening to this then you are with us on the commentated channel. This is Pool D, and immediately after this we should have had Azamat Mukhanov and Kamal Khan Magomedov, but the Kazakh has withdrawn, so the next fight after this one will be Marko Vukisevich and Sasha Flamand. It'll be the Serb to go up against the Frenchman. That's the last of the contest in the under 66 kilo category. No score yet, single penalty picked up by Klukov as he just defends against that modified Kataguruma attempt there from Temelkov, just without the arm, just rearranging where he put that arm. Two and a half minutes left to go. Only 4 minutes now for the men. Same as the women, and I always felt, it's just a personal opinion, that it should be the same time. Took a while to get there.
Second round for women under 48 kilograms, tatami 1.
Temelkov with the stronger of the grips at the moment, just shaping to go left-sided here. You can see how his body is set up. It's leading with the left leg and looking to go over on that left side. Still just that single penalty against the Lithuanian. Back underway. There's a minute and a half left to go now. Klokov picks up a second penalty, just falling off the pace there a little bit, the Lithuanian. He cancel the penalty to the Lithuanian and transfer it over to Melkov. That was the way that happened. All right. Misread that one. It was the Bulgarian who picked up the penalty after all. Klokov attempting a sumigashi there, but blocked by Tamelkov. That was nice. Upon big Osodagari from the Bulgarian, bringing Klokov down onto his back against the run there. I think a little bit surprising, but sometimes those things come up. That's why they're called surprises. Klokov definitely surprised there as he went over. Right, we're still in the under 66 kilo category. As I said before, we should have had Mukhanov and Kamal Khan Magomedov, but the Kazakh fighter has pulled out, Mukhanov. It's up on the board there now, Mukhanov and Khan Magomedov, but we heard earlier on that the Kazakh fighter had pulled out. So you'll just come on to take the bow, and then we'll follow that immediately with Marko Vukisevich. There's the technique. He got ambushed there, didn't he? Big Osodagari. And then Sasha Flamand. That's who we'll have next. Right, here is then that last contest in the under 66 kilo category. Marko Vukisevich of Serbia in the white judogi faces Sasha Flamand of France in blue. Just run through the top four seeds quickly for you then. Why not? Dovdan Altansuk of Mongolia is the number 1 seed. The number 2 seed is his teammate Davodosh Temurkeleg from Mongolia. Number 3 seed is Vaza Margvelashvili of Georgia. We just saw him defeat, or a couple of fights ago, we saw him defeat Manuel Scheibel of Germany. And then the number 4 seed is Adrian Gombac of Slovenia. Vukicevic took a nice grip there, troubled Flamont, and then he got himself into a bit of a mess, did Flamont, with his feet, and ended up going over for Wazari. It was slightly untidy work from the Frenchman, to be honest. Well, that's given him some problems. Wazari down. Gonna have to work hard now to pull that score back.
In blue for Spain, God Uriarte. And in white for Portugal, Sergio Olenik.
.220 odd left to go. Vukicevic leads over Sasha Flamont. An untidy bit of work on the left side of the mat with the Ashiwaza resulted in Flamont landing heavily on his side, and as a result of that he is now down by a score. 2 minutes left to go, so half the contest. Contests are now 4 minutes. I'll try not to repeat myself with regard to the rules, and I'm certainly going to try and avoid continuing to refer to them as the new rules. They can only be new for a certain amount of time. After that, they just become the rules, don't they? Referee just asking both fighters to tidy their gis up so that when we get back underway, everything's in place. Flamont came into the contest with a heavily bandaged left wrist and hand. The bandage looks nice and clean, so he must have had that done this morning, I suppose, before getting onto the mat. Maybe it's an old injury that he just doesn't feel comfortable competing without having it bandaged. But it's never comfortable when you've got bandaging on. I suppose if it's a reoccurring or long-term injury, then one gets used to it, or you begin to manage to compete with the bandaging. But it's always better if you can, comfort-wise, if you can get rid of it. Well, he got himself into a nice position there, didn't he? Flamont managed to get Vukicevic up and almost launch. That's another good attack. Strong. Koji Gaki blocked with the right leg. Didn't have sufficient enough power to drive his opponent backward and bring him down for a score. So half a minute left, and Flamont despite looking dangerous, hasn't managed to come up with a score, and there's only half a minute left to go. This could end in tears for the Frenchman, I suppose. Well, the French coach was he was thinking about signalling for the Shido. It wouldn't have made any difference. Signal for a score for your fighter. That's what you really want. He thought better of it anyway, and he put his hands back down. Yeah, well, Flamont showed some nice movement. Unfortunately for the Frenchman, it didn't result in him coming up with a winning score or even a tying score to take it into golden score. And it's a first round exit for Sasha Flamont. It's Marko Vukicevic of Serbia who goes through to round 2. He'll face Kamal Khan Magomedov of Russia in the last 16. But there's plenty of time before that one comes up. We've got an extremely interesting contest coming up next. Catherine Beauchemin-Pinard of Canada faces Daria Mezhetskaya of Russia. It'll be Beauchemin-Pinard in the white judogi, Mezhetskaya in blue. This is in the under 57 kilo category, round 2.
Aus Russland, Daria Mezhetskaya. Und im weißen Judoanzug aus Kanada, Catherine Beauchemin-Pinard.
Beauchemin-Pinard is the number 2 seed here, so an unfortunate draw for Daria Mezhetskaya coming up against the number 2 seed. Mind you, it may also be a slightly unfortunate draw. It could prove a slightly unfortunate draw for Beauchemin-Pinard because Mezhetskaya is an incredibly powerful thrower. It's got the most amazing uranagi, very, very strong. Beauchemin-Pinard, nice ashiwaza. I was just about to say about the ashiwaza, and then Mezhetskaya gives that little tap there with the Ukuriashi bara. I've seen her catch a few people with that. Beauchemin-Pinard is just that little bit more experienced in the weight category than Mezhetskaya. And she'd been up at 63 kilos recently, so having made the weight, one would expect that if she's managed it well, she should be quite strong at 57, but Mezhetskaya is up there too. Another little tap with the left foot. Shaping for the Ukuriashi bara. Nice movement Mezhetskaya has got. There's the hand on the right hip from Mezhetskaya, already threatening with the uranagi, and it's Beauchemin-Pinard who picks up a penalty for that false attack. Little drop there from the Canadian. Good grip now from Beauchemin-Pinard, just bringing Mezhetskaya's head down. She doesn't want to be there. Much rather break that right arm off. Stand up a bit. And it's Zirazuddin Magomedov in the chair for Mezhetskaya, the former under 81 kilo category fighter. Absolutely lovely to look at. Really nice techniques from Magomedov. Still just a single Shido against Beauchemin-Pinard. An interesting contest here. Well, we've had half the contest. It's, as I said, just a single Shido against Beauchemin-Pinard. Nothing to panic over. I just get the feeling that Mezhetskaya hasn't had the opportunity to launch anything yet, and that would be my concern as a Canadian if I was watching on and wanting the Canadian to win. Is Beauchemin-Pinard going to be up to defending against the power game of Mezhetskaya, which we haven't seen as yet?
346 athletes from 50 countries.
Minute 24.
Wir haben Tag 1 des Judo Grand-Prix
Unless there is a positive score,
und begrüßen
the contest will continue into golden score. So Mezhetskaya are not sitting entirely pretty yet. There's still work to be done. And now perhaps there's a hint of Bolshuma Pinar just coming to grips with Mezhetskaya. We'll see when this next cycle. Yeah, and it's now Mezhetskaya who picks up a penalty for a false attack. Both fighters have been penalised once, and we're inside the last minute now. Nice strong effort from Bolshuma Pinar, but blocked by Mezhetskaya. That's a measure of just how strong a fighter she is, because Bolshuma Pinar was really in there. Nice tight top with the Seonagi shape to the top and the Koji Gaki with the leg. Most people would have gone over to that. Mezhetskaya managed to stay standing up, and on the adjoining map we've got the number 1 seed, Dodserin Sumia of Mongolia. She's taking on the Brazilian Tamires Crude. Well, this one is beginning to look as though we're going to go into golden score. Both coaches had a brief chance there to impart some knowledge to their fighters. Just in that break in between normal time and the beginning of the golden score, maybe 2 or 3 seconds to give some words of encouragement. Almost came off the other side there, Bolshuma Pinar. Well, on paper, when I first saw the matchup, I thought this would be a good one. And it's proved that way again. This is another contest. Let's go. There you go with the Ashiwaza. Absolutely super. She threatened with that on 2 occasions. Bolshuma Pinar angry with herself because she knew where to look for the danger, and yet she still ended up going over. It was a terrific score from Mezhetskaya, to be honest. I enjoyed watching it. Bolshuma Pinar won't want to see it again. Perhaps Mezhetskaya will replay that a few times because it really was an excellent score. Now we can go to mat number 2, I think, because we've got the number 1 seed from the under 57 kilo category. Dodserin Sumia of Mongolia faces Tamires Crude of Brazil. It's Dodserin in the white judogi, Crude in blue. There's no scorers yet. We've got a little over 2 minutes to go. Crude's picked up the single Shido. It's Carnival weekend, by the way, here in Düsseldorf. The weather is not that great. I always think when you talk about Carnival, you think about the Carnival in either Brazil or maybe, the Rio Carnival, or perhaps Port of Spain in Trinidad, where it's absolute blistering sunshine. It's always nice weather during the Carnival season there, but it's a little bit blustery, blowy, and strong winds and low temperatures. So good luck to all the revelers for Carnival, but I'm not going to be joining you, I'm afraid. My Carnival's going to be taken up by covering this Grand Prix, the second IJF event of the year. We were in Paris a couple of weeks ago for the Grand Slam, the biggest Grand Slam of the year, arguably. Tokyo, I suppose, might claim that in terms of big, maybe importance, but Paris, I think, really takes the cake. And then this is the first Grand Prix. We're here in Düsseldorf in Nordrhein-Westfalen. And again, a welcome. Still good morning, isn't it? Good morning to all those people viewing on Facebook. It's the first time that we've had a live stream on Facebook. So if we've got new viewers, welcome. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast. We'll bring you the preliminaries on Facebook, and later we'll be on Ippon TV. 2 penalties picked up by the Brazilian now with 40 seconds left to go, and so my Ashiwaza as well from Dordser, and she picks up Wazari straight into the Osai Komi. And Dordser will take this one. Right, well, we've had a look at Dordser. She wins out there. We're going to go down to mat number 1 now. This is the under 48 kilo, no, I beg your pardon, under 52 kilo category. It's the number 1 seed. Shishimi Ai faces Alessia Kuznetsova of Russia. Shishimi in the white judogi, Kuznetsova in blue. And poor old Kuznetsova's foray into the under 52 kilo category is a sad one. She comes crashing down again with some Ashiwaza thrown for Ippon by Shishimi. She's going to walk off her teammate who's standing just in front of her. She just walked past her now, and it's going to be Abe Uta of Japan to face Ariel Bezalel of Israel. Abe in the white judogi, Bezalel in blue. And I said to a colleague of mine, there's going to be carnage in the lightweight women, and it's beginning to look like that. We'll see if Abe joins the party here. Sode Tsurukomi Goshi. Bezalel able to just fend off that attack, but we've just seen Shishimi destroy Kuznetsova, to be honest. I'll try and look for Kuznetsova in the warm-up area when Loretta comes back. Wazari on the board for Abe as she works on the ground now, trying to free that right leg out. Bezalel just trying to hang on to it as the Japanese lightweight looks for an opening. We saw, what was it that we saw last week? Hashimoto Yuki of Japan destroying everyone in the under 52 kilo category. And it looks as though there are going to be problems this week as well for the non-Japanese. Over she goes again. There'll be a second score there. No need to worry about Wazari Awazetti. Ippon that no longer exists. You can rack up as many Wazaris as you like. And a very good morning to my colleague Sandra Zaghetti, who's listening. It's a pity you can't be sitting alongside me. That would have been nice. We would have enjoyed your company, Sandra. So a very good morning to you. Loretta has not run away. She's just taking a break, but she'll be back. Loretta Cusack-Doyle will be back shortly as Abe works her way through Bezalel, who's having to come to terms with a tricky fight, and that was an absolute thumping. Yeah, welcome to the big league, Ariel. It's not going to be easy, but you had an unfortunate draw, because even if you'd passed the Abe test, your next opponent would have been the number 1 seed, Shishimi Ai. So a baptism of fire for the young Israeli as she comes off second best to Abe, and we will have the pleasure of the quarterfinal. When we get that first quarterfinal, it will be Shishimi and Abe to go head to head. Just look at this big Osodagari. Thumping effort, wasn't it? Right, we can go to mat number 2 again. My apologies for swapping from Guika and Bauschmidt, but we're going to go to the contest on mat number 2 that features Priscilla Netto of France and Safo Choban of Germany. Netto in the white judogi, Choban in blue. We join the contest with a minute 50 odd left to go. Netto has picked up the single Yuko. There's a Shido on the board against Choban, and the second score has been given rather generously for that effort, I think. But who am I to judge that one? 2 scores on the board for Netto. She just managed to squeeze that one out, and now leads with two Yukos and a minute 28 left to go. My apologies. It's 2 Wazaris. I just pointed out there by my chief. He's keeping an air out for any such errors that I make, and I just made another one there. My apologies. Down on mat number 3, Lola Benaroche of France faces Ishikawa Megumi of Japan. Depending on what happens with the Netto Choban match, we might go down to watch Ishikawa. She's a top quality fighter, and I enjoy watching her, not least of all because she's got terrific nevas, and out of the corner of my eye I can see her doing damage down there against Benaroche. So unless Netto and Choban, unless something drastic happens here, we'll go down immediately after this and have a look at Ishikawa, although we're sport for choice really, because we've got Udaka Nae coming up shortly as well. It's in the under 57 kilo category. The next contest up, Udaka Nae and Julia Kowalczyk. They'll be up after this. Netto attempting to turn Choban into the Sangaku Gatami, and she succeeded there, and little Safo's not going to go anywhere from that one, I'm afraid. It's beautifully wrapped up. Lower half, top half, nice and tight from the French fighter, and that is that. Alright, if my chief can still hear me, he's got his headphones off, but we're going to go down. He's just about to put his headphones on. Let's go down to mat number 3. Yeah, we'll go down to mat number 3 then. Netto having defeated Safo Choban. We're going to see the contest between Lola Benaroche of France. She faces Ishikawa Megumi of Japan. Benaroche in the white judogi, Ishikawa in blue. And it's Benaroche who leads by Wazari.
Second round for women under 57 kilograms.
Ishikawa in some trouble here because she is, as I said earlier, a Nevas specialist, and for as long as the scores are tied up, then you know there's time on the clock. But once she falls behind, then she hasn't got the benefit of time on her side to work her Nevas, and that takes time. So Benaroche in the perfect position, leading by Wazari. And I'm sorry if I've stumbled and spoken about Yukos. We don't have Yukos anymore, so my apologies, but old habits die hard, I suppose. Minute 47. Ishikawa waiting eagerly to get on with it. Yeah, well, I said she's a slow starter. Not only did she pick up the Shido, but she's also a Wazari down. I was about to say something else then. Yeah, we're jumping around with the mats a little bit. See, here comes Ishikawa's turnover, and when the scores are tied up, you're not worried about the amount of time that you're spending on the ground. But Benaroche leads by Wazari, so every time Ishikawa goes to the ground, it kind of plays into the hands of Benaroche if she's got a good defense, because she'll just allow Ishikawa to eat up the clock. This is going to be the key for those Nevas specialists. We didn't have a chance to see what happened with Alessia Kuznetsova, who comes into that group because she was on and off fairly quickly. She got hammered by Shishimi Ai, the number 1 seed in the under 52 kilo category. And Ishikawa looks as though she's on her way out now, unless she can pull that Wazari back. This is a good effort from Benarosh. Nicely in control. She hasn't looked in any danger. Yoko Tomoyanagi from Ishikawa. One more roll of the dice as far as the turnover effort is concerned. You can see which direction Benarosh is keen to go in. If we're just allowing that little bit of time, doesn't work out, and now we've only got 28 seconds left to go. There won't be another effort on the ground because it will just simply be wasted. So she must now get something standing up. Benarosh just avoiding taking a grip for a moment. Here comes the last roll of the dice, I think, for Ishikawa, and she almost gets caught. Again, I wonder if that's how she got caught in the first place. We didn't see the initial score, so it's a sad outing in Düsseldorf for Ishikawa, I'm afraid. Not coming up with a tying score. And it's a nice illustration of how difficult it is for those who rely on that particular aspect of their game. That was a score on the outside and not on the inside. Big Anaki from Benarosh that came up with the Wazari. Lucy DeCoste thought it was Wazari as well. She would. She's the French coach, so it was a French fighter. She was happy with it. Ishikawa not as happy, and she tumbles out in round 2. Ivana Rogic of Serbia now faces Ebba Glass of Sweden, but we're going to go to mat number 2. We're going to see Udaka Nae of Japan. She faces Julia Kowalczyk of Poland. It's Udaka in the white judogi, Kowalczyk in blue. Udaka had to leave the tatami briefly, I think, to change some part of her gi. She's tidying herself up. It could be that she's just had some treatment, maybe to a blood injury or something, but there was a suspicion that she was tidying up the gi in such a way that it looked as though she had another one. We'll find out when she turns around, and if it's got her name on, then so it didn't have anything to do with the gi. It's unlikely that she would have had a second white judogi just hanging around the mat edge. So it's probably just maybe a t-shirt. And that would have resulted in her having to put the gi back on, because that's what it looked like. Loretta is back with us.
Women's judo, isn't it? They have to wear that t-shirt. But
yes, yeah, for decency's sake. Yeah. Right, Udaka in the white judogi, Kowalczyk in blue, and Loretta is back with us.
Thank you, Sheldon.
Luggage? Any news?
No luggage. So still the same. You've got to put up with me for another few hours like this.
You may get lucky.
Udaka there is now looking for the opportunity in Niwaza. Very, very strong athlete. And Kowalski there, she had a tough first round, and so she will be challenged, I think, if anything from her first match is to go by, with Udaka. Oh no, Sotogari, well,
ouch.
She was challenged very big indeed with that Osotogari, and that was
Did she not have her own Osotogari in the opening contest? Remember, Kowalczyk, who did she throw earlier on in her opening contest? Leng Posum. They went into golden score, and then she threw over the big Osotogari. Yeah.
So she's
a case of the bite a bit.
Osota, lovely, absolutely.
That was terrific. Yeah.
Technique. That right hand high in the collar, sleeve pulled straight across her chest, hooked in. Oh, it couldn't be any deeper than that.
We want to say a very good morning to Kurt Hans Hampfer.
Good morning.
Yeah, of course, and Kurt Hans Hampfer, he says, vielen Dank für die Übertragung. So he's enjoying the broadcast, and we're glad that you could join us. If you write in Russian, I'm not going to attempt it, but I'll give the German a bash. But right, on mat number 2, Anastasia Konkina faces Amelie Stoll of Germany. It's Konkina in the white judogi.
Well, that's a good start for Konkina.
Yeah, she's an improving, impressive little fighter.
Yes.
Which may not be as powerful as Mezhetskaya, who we saw
Well,
a
that
few
was
minutes
powerful
ago.
enough with the counter there against Stoll. She hooked in for that Kosoto. It was a counter attack, but very powerful indeed.
Did you not give a score? I thought I saw him
thought
waving
it-
a score.
I thought it
Oh
would
no,
have been
it's
a
on the
score.
board now. I know, and now it's waved off. It just went on, then he
Well,
just waved it
I
off.
thought it was a good score, but obviously they've seen something different. Well, Konkina there hanging on to that leg as Stoll digs in deep to try and pull the leg out for the Osakomi, but as you can see, she hooked in for the Ochigari,
and
it
then
was
the
a
elbow
counter.
goes down.
The elbow went
Yeah,
down first.
yeah.
So
She tried to
that's-
save herself, so she'd lost control of the effort, and then she turned onto her front.
turned,
Yeah,
so it was only the elbow that landed.
yeah.
Just shows you when you go back and look at it
Mhm.
again how different it
Mhm.
was.
Absolutely, quite right.
But a big, strong attack anyway.
Die nächste Begegnung auf der Matte 3. Frauen.
Konkina there with that left hand as she hooks over the arm, taking the lapel. Very strong. As you can see the foot coming from the rear to the front with the Uchimata attempt.
Aus der Mongolei. Dashtama Armutschri.
I'm just going to check with Loretta because apparently your microphone is not as loud as it should be. So we'll have to look and see which one of there are a myriad of buttons. But our chief's coming over. He's going to work it out. Yeah.
Well, there
So we
you've
need to
got
just
Stoll.
turn up a little bit, I suppose.
Well, the referee now has called
Oh,
Mate.
yeah. Okay, that sounds
that
good.
sounds loud
Yeah.
enough for me.
Yep. Okay.
Nearly blew me eardrums.
Single Shido against Stoll. I'm going to leave you with
Lovely Ochigari into the Uchimata and just went
like a
so-
cartwheel.
It was a cartwheel effect there. Konkina just really anticipated that so well and judged it perfectly for the Ippon.
Yeah.
It was a
Konkina felt
real
that coming. Yeah.
combination into finally a counter attack.
Took it over. Stoll ending up on her back, and that was it. On and
That was
off.
some really
Yeah.
nice judo from Konkina.
Yeah, her teammate Mezhetskaya has got the power game, and Konkina, if you like, and she's not the finished article, has the touch.
Well, you see the hooking in with the Ochi, she switched it for the Uchimata, she got her leg out and then upper body controlled, spinned it around and finished it for a pon. Perfect technique.
And in white for Kazakhstan.
Kosota,
The current
Ochi,
world champion.
Uchimata,
Yeah.
then back to the counter again.
Yilmaz Smetov.
Nice combination and good flurry of attacks there with a perfect finish at the end. Well, that's some nice bit of judo.
On the mat now in the under 60 kilo category, Yilmaz Smetov, the current world champion from Kazakhstan, faces Felipe Pelim of Brazil. It's Smetov in the white judogi, Pelim in blue.
Weltmeister und der Silbermedaillengewinner von Rio
Well, the Brazilian in the first round did extremely well. I thought he had a really good match. I'm trying to think which one it was that he had.
I remember you talking about it, and whilst
He
you're
was very strong.
looking up, I can tell you about hashtag Judo capital D Dorf 2017. You can go to that if you like. Hashtag Judo and then capital D and then back to lowercase Dorf 2017 is trending in Germany apparently.
Yes, he competed against Lukas Klemm of Germany in the opening round, first round. Started off very slow and then just finished it in the golden score. Now he's up against Smetov, Kazakhstan. I think he's going to be challenged quite considerably in this one, isn't he? You just have that sort of sense. Uchimata there, followed through with a drop Sianagi. Combination of techniques there. Again, Sianagi following through now, looking for an opportunity, and he was in wraps that arm, and the Juji is. Well, he doesn't know whether he doesn't know whether to go for the arm lock or the hold down, and I think by sort of not being quite sure which way to go, lost it completely.
Mind you, there was a point there when you could have said the same for Philippe Pellim. He didn't know what was coming.
Well, he didn't know whether to sit up or lie down. Well, he's picked up the first Shido with 1 minute and 55 seconds left in the contest. It's been a very close match, but I think we're going to see Smetov, he's going to start accelerating that a little bit more. I think it's just, I think he got a bye in the first round, so this is his first warm-up, as we'd say, a warm-up match. And you never know how your day's going to go until you've had that first match under your belt.
Just catching his breath here. Looks as though he took a bump to the head. Pellim's not worried about hanging around. He's all over him.
While the eyes are still watering. I think it was a bump on the nose. Oh, yes!
Yeah, that'll do. Wazari, well, maybe only the landing could have saved him.
Yes, the landing was a little bit iffy there, but the way he entered into that Osoto there, that could have been Ippon.
The Brazilian coach, wasn't happy with it.
Well, there he caught with his eyes watering with the punch on the nose.
As you said,
yeah. If you're going to get anyone, you get them there when they're most vulnerable. See that again. Hooked it. Oh, yes.
So in blue for Brazil.
Well, Smetov did really well to get off that. It looked so close to Ippon.
Yeah.
But just a minute left, just under a minute in this contest left. It's given Smetov a lot of work to do. Well, Smetov now starting to do a little bit more of the chase, and he's got to get that grip off. As you can see, it's causing him a lot of trouble. He's attempting the Osoto. Now that arm wraps over the neck. Well anticipated there from Pellim, as he quickly, sneakily looks up at the clock to see how much longer he's got. And seconds are left in this contest. It's going to be very difficult now.
It's not happening, is it?
No. I just cannot see this comeback. But we've seen it happen before, and he's an experienced fighter. Well, 3 seconds left. I think we can comfortably say that he's got this one in the bag.
4's the record. I've never seen anything less than 4 seconds, so this one's done and dusted, I'm afraid. And that is it. Pellim knows the magnitude of his win. He celebrates.
Oh, that was a nice technique. Well, it was a deserving win.
Just the landing. We've got it in slow motion here, so that's the only thing that saves him. Oh, he's got one hand down, yeah. And he's still on his side.
Yeah. He put the hand down, which broke the fall and changed the direction of his the land.
Absolutely.
Very lucky he didn't hurt himself with that arm. As you could see, it went down in great force.
I can't remember who it was that I saw. Sabrina Filzmerzer, I think, broke her elbow that way. Just trying to think who it was that I saw, and it was a horrible injury. And she tried to put her arm down, and it just twisted, and that was it. It can happen. Our timing is pretty good here, Loretta, because we've got Ashley McKenzie back on the mat. This is round 2 in the under 60 kilo category. The British fighter is up now against Fraj Douibi of Tunisia. It's McKenzie in the white judo gi, Douibi in blue.
Douibi in his first round had an excellent fight. Brilliant. He's got very good at Ashiwazas, and he had a wonderful Oso Tagari that he threw for Ippon. Now, this will be a better match for Douibi, because his previous opponent was that little bit taller, and it caused him a lot of problems. Now Ashley, being that little bit shorter, that left hand that throws over the head draws his opponent down, and then he hooks in for the Osotogari, but he's got wonderful Ashiwazas. So his feet are he works well. He's a very clever man with the feet. Ashley has got to be very careful, but Ashley, we know, had a wonderful Seotoshi. He'd been 2 stamps at the low tire toshi, and to finish off with Ippon with a Seotoshi at the end of his first match. So this will be an interesting round. Now for Mackenzie, the left arm that throws over the shoulder is the danger. I'm quite sure he would have watched the first round and knows that, but as you can see already he's allowed that in, but he comes in for the drop Seoinage. Duibi from Tunisia in the blue takes the first Shido. You see that left hand again is the danger as he draws his opponent, but Ashley does really well to dismiss that, following into the Niwaza, looking for any opportunity down there. Don't think the referee will allow this to go on for too long. Needs to be a little bit more direct down there in the ground. So 2 minutes and 13 seconds left in this contest, almost halfway now. Duibi's coach has been told that he must stay silent while contest is in play. Uchigari there from Duibi. Nice attack. Ashley desperately trying with the right hand take that lapel. Get the contact that he requires as he circles around, step across, looking for the tai toshi, but the Tunisian is all over him. Now Ashley's looking for that score, but he didn't realize there was a mate just before he actually put the throw in. I think his coach there, Luke Preston, has explained why the score hasn't gone on the board for Mackenzie. Ashley, right hand in left, combination that does the tai toshi stepping across. First into the attack, circling his opponent, looking for a better angle to step across with that low tai toshi we've seen on quite a few occasions. That's very successful, and he works it through to the Seotoshi as well, which is a nice combination. As you can see, the Tunisian very powerful, good kumikata, and when he does get that left hand high on the shoulder, is very effective.
40 odd seconds left to go. Duibi's about to pick up a second penalty here, but he's not out of it yet, because only a positive score during normal time will win it. So Mackenzie still with something to do. He puts a score on the board, it'll be all over.
This is the danger now for Mackenzie, and there's the first Shido for Mackenzie. He knows that is the left hand that comes high up into the collar from the Tunisian, and he controls so nicely, but he's got some very powerful throws from that. His Ashiwazas are excellent, and we've seen this in the golden score in the first round with the Tunisian.
and took a whack to the face. Dweeby apologised and then held out a hand as if to apologise further, but it still didn't it didn't satisfy Mackenzie. He was a bit upset by it.
Well, now Mackenzie is putting himself in a little bit of pressure now, and he has to compose himself a little bit better. He's got 21 seconds. What he cannot afford is to allow the Tunisian to start changing the pace and that left hand to sneak up high. He throws that left hand again, very effective when it connects. Now it's going into golden score. Now this is where Dweeby won his last match in the golden score, and just within seconds. But so did Ashley with the low Taitoshi. So we'll just have to see how this all lands out there. Drop Sianagi there from Ashley. A poor attack. Has to be much more convincing than that. Nuchimata from the Tunisian.
First time that he's really threatened Mackenzie, to be honest.
Yes. And without having to have that left hand as high up as that he's been looking for. Right hand on the lapel. He's got the control in. Lovely attack.
Yeah,
a
yeah.
wonderful attack there from Mackenzie. Wazari, and I think he was pleased with that. He was under a little bit of pressure, but he composed himself and found something. And he'll be up against the Brazilian in the next round from Brazil.
Well, half a minute of golden score again. I know people are saying, oh, golden score, golden score. We've moved from 5 minutes to 4 anyway, and it was only 38 seconds of golden score, and it was a really nicely balanced contest anyway. I
totally agree, yes.
The golden score contests that we've seen so far today, I don't think any of them have been, oh, here we go, we have to have more of this. I've been perfectly happy to sit there and have a little bit more of that as fighters have
of
worked it
excitement
out.
Still in the contest. It was something that did keep you glued to your seats and engaged in the contest. And now we've got Gambat of Mongolia in the white, Bison of Germany in the blue. Bison had a very sort of rocky start in the first round, where he was up against Diaz from the USA. Diaz came out like a bull in a china shop. He was fast and furious, and he just blew a gasket halfway through the contest, which suited Bison because then it came back into play, where he was in a more comfortable mode of fighting. But it did shake him up a little bit, and he almost lost it with the opening seconds of the contest when he was scored a Wazari against himself. But now we've got Gambat, who had a bye in the first round, so this is his first innings into this competition.
I wasn't sure that Gambat would give this another go in another cycle, but he's decided to have another bash. Something for the fans to do, I suppose.
Well, they love a drum, don't they?
Well, there are two German fighters on the map. Mat 2, the one that we're concentrating on, Marcel Bison. And then down on mat number 3, Philip Graf.
Gary there, sorry.
No, it's okay. Yeah.
Lovely Koji Gary.
Caught him well.
Caught him very nicely indeed.
Sold him with the top half hip on Seanagi, and then he
Body
reacted to
controlled
it.
and then switched it into the kochi, and he had a real driving back leg into that. Overstretched. I had a feeling he wasn't going to get there deep enough for the score, but flexibility was just spot on.
As Bison felt that top half coming, he reacted to it, and then there's the lower half, the leg went in, hooked in, and over he went. It was all going back by then. I thought maybe you'd seen your suitcase. I thought maybe you'd seen your suitcase. You look so animated. Loretta's looking around for her luggage.
So we have just over a minute and a half left in this contest in the second round of the 60 kilos. Gamba with that lovely Koichigari puts him in the lead comfortably there. Bison, again, the Ashiwazas are working really nicely with him. Looking for an opportunity down there in the Niwaza. Legs caught up there, which will make things slightly difficult, but as you can see, he's tied up the upper part of the body very nicely and then drives that leg out. Also coming, he took his time, it was well executed, and he's got very difficult for Bison to get out of that. But he's attempting, he's putting everything in, he has. Very surprised. Because as we know, the Mongolians are very, very strong.
He's let that one get away from him.
Slip away, yes. So 42 seconds left in this contest. And as we've seen in the first round, Bison doesn't give up. He really just pushes right to the end, which won him his first round. Real determination from this young German. But the seconds are ticking away, and Gamba not going to just make any mistakes. He's just going to play this very tactically. Good strong kumikata, controlling his opponent. Well, Shido's going to be awarded here for Gamba, but he's in a position he can afford it. So a good win for Gamba that goes into the third round of the men's under 60 kilos.
Well, coming up next, it'll be Walid Kaya of France. He faces Yanislav Gerchev of Bulgaria. We just had a little replay of that technique from Gamba. Here he is. He sells him so well in the top. And he's already on his heels, isn't he? He's on his way back.
Yeah. He switches his Seanagi movement, upper body, and the leg just stays where it was and just clips the heels as his opponent reacts. Lovely attack there, great technique.
Right, it'd be Walid Kaya of France in the white judogi, Yanislav Gerchev of Bulgaria in blue.
The current European champion, Walid Kaya.
Current European champion, Walid Kaya. Gerchev with a bit of a job on his hands. Mind you, Kaya hasn't been entirely firing on all cylinders at the moment. So maybe now's a good time for Gerchev to catch the Frenchman. It was Kaya who gave Mackenzie a bit of a disappointing weekend in France last week, wasn't it? Right at the end, or the week before.
Yeah, a fortnight ago, Kaya, I was very impressed with this Frenchman. He was really dynamic, but he did have the crowd behind him as well, which I think really boosted his confidence, and he was invincible, is what he thought. But no, he's a dangerous fighter. He's gutsy, and he's a big thrower.
Well, the winner of this is going to face Ganbat in the second of the quarterfinals. Mackenzie's already down to face Pelim of Brazil. So it's Pelim of Brazil and Mackenzie of Great Britain in the first of the quarterfinals. Ganbat is waiting, the Mongolian, for the winner of this one.
Well, the body language of the Bulgarian, he's not happy there. That negative sort of stretch of that left hand. But sadly, Kaya is getting the first Shido, which I'm surprised with that. Kaya with that right hand over the top, engaged first, trying to draw his opponent in. Gerchev left, pushing out.
In the meantime, I'll tell you that the first of the quarterfinals in the under 48 kilo category is taking place down on mat number 1. The number 1 seed, Milica Nikolic of Serbia, faces Melanie Clement of France. If you wanted to see that, just click on mat 1.
Well, I'm glad to see that, because it should have been on the cards a little bit earlier on. Shido going to Gerchev. If he's not careful, he'll be getting another one very soon. Good strong grips there from Kaya. Always advancing onto his opponent. That right hand high in the collar. Drawing his opponent's head in, looking for an opportunity with Uchimata. Well anticipated there from the Bulgarian, Gerchev. Well, Kaya there with that right hand, and the collar is always very strong. Just anticipating something special to happen, but doesn't seem to be following it through. Gutsy little move there as he rotates around. We've seen that move a couple of times, but I've not seen anybody that's been successful with it yet. So 1 minute and 16 seconds left in this contest. Kaya there again with that right hand, high collar grip, sleeve. His left hand on the sleeve, drawing his opponent in. Looking very positive out there, very strong. Just needs to follow through with the grip. Gerchev with that Kosota, as you can see, came round the back of his opponent. Looking for a Sutemiwaza, but I'm not sure if that was a convincing drop under his opponent. I think a Shido would be awarded for that, yes, and so it is. So 2 now to Gerchev. Kaya once more advancing. That high collar grip once again. Gerchev with the left hand around the back, controlling that quite nicely. So there is a danger there for Kaya as he takes the belt to come in deeper. A bit of a grappling down into the Niwaza, and more the stumbling of the Frenchman. So 17 seconds left, 2 Shidos to Gerchev. Kaya with 1 Shido. For me, the more convincing of the 2 out there have been positive and engaging. But both have showed a glimmer of a threat. With Ashiwazas and Uchimatas. But refereeing deciding that enough was enough, and the 3rd Shido being awarded to Gerchev, which means France, Kaya, goes through to the next round. And he'll be up against Gambat of Mongolia.
Mat 2. Next contest.
Now we have coming up very shortly
Second round. In blue judogi. From Kazakhstan, Gumar Kyrgyzbayev. And in white, from Mongolia, the current Asian champion.
Dovdon of Mongolia,
Altansu.
Kyrgyzbayev of Kazakhstan in the blue, Mongolia white.
Just to remind you at home, you've got the choice of whichever mat it is that you want to watch. We're just going to stick with mat number 2. I think we've got some useful contests coming up here. Charles Chibana next against Isoda Norihito of Japan. And then after that, Baruch Shmailov of Israel faces Lukasz Fenkold of Germany. We're just going to stick here and watch these. But by all means, if you want to watch the other contest, then click on either mat 1 or mat 3. Here's Loretta again.
Well, a good counter there from Dovdon of Mongolia as he perseveres down in the Niwaza. And has Wazari on the board, so gives him a very comfortable lead with 2 minutes, just under 3 minutes left in this contest. Kyrgyzbayev now a little bit more work to do as he tries to throw that right hand over the top. Mongolian doing well, stronger on the grips, controls quite nicely. The Kazakhstan, lovely Tomonagi attempt there. Swiftly back up onto his feet. Well, Dovdon with one Wazari, a comfortable lead with 2 minutes and 16 seconds left. Both Dovdon now picking up the first Shido. Kyrgyzbayev there with a really deep belt grip. First time he's looked like he's threatening the Mongolian in this match. Lovely Ashiwaza's good control, maintaining the balance and then following it through into the Niwaza where he still looks to work from underneath his opponent. Even though that's in this position, normally the one on top is the one that's putting the pressure on. Doesn't seem to be the case in this contest. So a minute and a half left and the clock's ticking away nicely. The lead still goes to Mongolia. Again, a drop Sianagi wasn't as effective as earlier, but still, nevertheless, a good attack as he maintains a strong grip. Now it comes round the back for the counter, and yes, oh, he just lost the grip there. Just lost a little bit of control as he was trying to lift him from behind. Again, another Sumigashi attempt there. Trying to draw his opponent into the Niwaza. Kyrgyzbayev there trying desperately to get out of that position as he knows that he really has to be up on his feet. There's a score to get back. He's got 35 seconds left to do it, to stay in this contest, and a chance to go through to the next round. The pressure is now on the Mongolian to control. A drop Sianagi there from the Mongolian, which nicely pulls him into the Niwaza, and the clock will tick away. So tactically, this is a great position for the Mongolian to be in. As the Sangaku turnover, again, the clock ticks away. Well, dominated throughout, right from the beginning from the Mongolian. Dovdon goes through to the next round of the men's under 66 kilos, and this is how he does it. Good Ashiwazas, follows through very nicely. Again, that perseverance there with the feet. Good balance, nicely controlled and well planted. Great score. And a very good win for Dovdon. So we're coming up very shortly now to another exciting match at the men's 66 kilos, and staying with mat number 2. Chibana of Brazil in the white. Isoda from Japan in the blue. Chibana in the white, Isoda in the blue. Left-handed grip there from the Japanese. As you can see, that left leg just sneaking forward for the Ashiwaza, Kosota. Could see that, you could anticipate that happening. As he now follows it, looking for an opportunity down in the ground. And as we know, the Japanese are very clever with their Ashiwazas, very skillful indeed. And I'm a great believer that for any top athlete, Ashiwazas have got to be part of their repertoire. Now flying Jujigatami there was attempted by the Brazilian. Wasn't as effective as I'm sure he was hope it would be. Left-handed stance there from Isoda. Secures the grip. As you can see, that left foot sneaking forward again. Ouchi. An Ouchi-Kochi Kosota combination there. As you can see, his opponent is drawing his opponent onto his heels, looking for the reaction. Draws the opponent's head down. Nice drop underneath there from the Brazilian. Chibana, who now starts to look for something there in the ground. So Shido now been awarded to Isoda. Very surprised with that, but obviously playing just a little bit longer in the waiting game. But overall has had some nice attacks. Again, the left hand on the lapel, coming through the Koichigari. Showing the Sianagi as the hips went through, but on with the one hand, still managed to clip the heel there of the Koichigari. So Definitely the threat from the Japanese of the Ashiwazas.
Nächste Begegnung auf der Matte 3.
The Brazilian, as you can see, just holding that lapel, trying to block the grip of it, who comes in for again a lovely Kosota that we saw earlier on, but this time follows it through by driving off that back leg. And now, as you can see, trying to tie up the upper part of his opponent's body, digging in very deep there, as you can see, on the belt that's almost up on his chest now, and driving through to try and get that leg out. The control he has, though. Not sure how long the referee will give this, but as you can see, there's still play there. He's still persevering, and the Osakomi is on. And Chibana is going to find that very difficult to get out of that hold, but still works on it. As you can see, Isodo using that knee to keep the torso down. And a nice match with a great finish there from Isodo, who goes through to the next round for Japan.
Just come to Loretta's mentioning of, I wonder how long the referee's going to give for the Nevaza. There could have been a point there where the Brazilians said, hey, you know, call mate, it's not going anywhere. And then it did go somewhere. Obviously didn't go where the Brazilians wanted it to go, went where the Japanese did. And that's justification for Frank Dirch, the referee in the middle, for having said, I think there's progress here. I think there's some movement from one point to the next.
And full credit to the referee. He could see that there was never any pause or a give up. He knew that it was just a matter of time whether there would be a bridge and escape or the leg would come out, which, no, definitely full credit to the referee on that one.
Right, coming up next, we mentioned a few minutes ago Baruch Shmailov, and here he is. He's up against Lukas Venkold of Germany. It's Shmailov in the white judogi. Vennekold. We missed out the E there. Vennekold in blue. It's my first look at Lukas. I haven't seen him before. The young German. Anyway, he's got a tough one against Shmailov. And then down on mat number 1, we've got the quarterfinals taking place in the under 48 kilo category. Well, we've got Tanaki Funa to come up against Shiro Rishoni. That may be one to have a look at. Then after that will be the number 1 seed Shishime Ai to face her teammate Abe Uta, but that's all taking place down on mat number 1.
Well, Shmailov there with the left hand on the lapel, coming through, attempting the Uchimata, but missed the leg completely. Vennekold tried to capitalize with the counter. This is the second round of the men's 66. Again, another Uchimata attempt there. Big Harai combination there, forward attacks from the Israeli, who now works from the counter. German with slight height advantage here in this contest, but looking at both of them, the disadvantage is the maturity of the fighters, the physical maturity. See Venacold there blocking there in that lapel grip. Finding himself in a very difficult situation as his opponent. So flurries of attacks there, looking much stronger than the German at this moment. Shmelov there, Kosoto looking for the big counters. The hips come through and the drive, giving him a Wazari. A nice attack there from Shmelov. Now Shmelov there looking for an opportunity to finish him down in the Niwaza as he tries to rotate his opponent over. Venacold does well to stay strong down there. So as he tidies both the athletes up. Shmelov there in the lead with the Wazari, with 1 minute and 17 seconds left in this contest.
Well, as I said, I hadn't seen Venacold before. Shmelov is a useful fighter, but the Germans given him a reasonable little run out. We saw one of the other young Germans just get swept away. I think it was one of the women that we were watching. This hasn't been the case with Venacold. He's actually it was one of the young men. Sorry, my mistake. One of the young men got, he just got manhandled by Vaza Margvelashvili. But this hasn't been the case here. He's actually been giving himself a reasonable look here. Gets turned there though.
Counter there.
Yeah.
Right round the back, following through into the Niwaza. 2 Wazaris on the board now, but still persevering in the Niwaza. But yeah, you were right in what you were saying, that this young man from Germany, he looks very young, doesn't he? There is a physical maturity there as an advantage for the Israeli. And but this German is just persevering, isn't he? He's 2 white Wazaris down, but he's not giving up. He's a real gutsy performance from this young man. Again, driving forward, desperately trying to get an opportunity. He has got the advantage of being slightly taller. Just doesn't seem to have that powerful impact on his opponent. There's Shido now being awarded to the Israeli. That left hand on the lapel, but he's starting to look a little bit scrappy now.
Yeah, he's
he can afford to 1 second.
He's had a look at the clock, and it is untidy. Right, we're going to go down to mat number 1 because there's a quarter-final on mat number 1 taking place between Tanaki Funa of Japan. She faces Shira Rishoni of Israel. It is in the lower half of the draw. The number 3 seed, Tanaki Funa. And this is the last of the quarterfinals. So Tanaki in the white judogi and Rishoni in blue.
Nächste Begegnung auf der Matte 3. Männer bis 66 Kilogramm.
Well, it's a nice bit of Niwaza there as she turns her opponent over like a baby there. Effortless. Rishoni there just didn't have anything to come back on that, was it?
Last night in the hotel, I said to Ueno Yoshie, who's in the coach's chair for the Japanese, I said, is it going to be another Niwaza demonstration this weekend? She said, I don't know.
I think it could
with a big
be,
smile on her face.
When you're doing Niwaza like that, that's just as entertaining as Dachiwaza, isn't it?
It's not being disparaging to Shiro Rishoni when Loretta says turned over like a baby. We have to find ways of describing the way that the action takes place that correctly identifies what's gone on, and it was
So effortless.
it was almost verging on the amateurish. There was no way she was stopping that. Once she started out on that, once Tanaki Funa got going, Shiro Rishoni was going to be on the receiving end of that, and it was, you know, like a baby.
Yeah, and that's what it is, because there just didn't seem to be any sort of
Resistance.
defense or resistance against it.
Non-stop, that was. And now here's an interesting one. It's a head-to-head for the Japanese. No coaches in the chair. Shishimi Ai faces Abe Uta. The coaches have just left it up to them. They'll come back and see who's left standing at the end. What will happen with the carnage? Shishimi in the white judogi, Abe in blue. Take your pick.
Well, it's going to go to Japan anyway. That's all you know.
Oh, quality, Loretta.
I'm going to stay right on the fence with this.
Dear,
But
yeah. I should have seen that one coming, actually.
Yeah. I don't know if you've noticed, though, but it looks like sort of confetti or something, large bits of confetti that's landed all over the mat, as well as you can see the red marks. It's just come from the rafters up there.
Yeah, the Mitsubishi Electric Halle is quite often used as a big concert venue, and they have that confetti that they, you know, throw down in masses, or like at political rallies, you know, that kind of thing. And once in a while, some get stuck up there, and a little bit of breeze comes along, blows it down, and then our referees are left to, you know, be like cleaners and pick them up. So
he's got his work cut out, because there was a lot that did fall.
Poor old Vladimir Nutsubidze has got to go and tidy things up now.
He's where it's all come from.
Look at this. Oh, well, we're underway again. He's got a pocket full of confetti. He can use that tonight at the carnival celebration and throw it around. No harm done. A little under 2 minutes left to go. Here's Loretta again.
Well, again, what we would expect, it's going to be a very tough match between these two. Know each other very, very well. And no one is given an inch here. It's very, very close. It's strong kumikata. There you've got lovely Uchimata. Real flexibility there. Shishimi showing to step that little one in front, a bit more gutsier to open up. And it's really the winner of this will be the one that's going to take the risk. Drop Sianagi once more. Shishimi being the first to open up, and first Shido now going to Abe. And the Uchimata we've seen from white. Well, we never expected to be one of the prettiest fights here, but now it's Abby's turn that's looking for an opportunity, realises she's got a Shido, needs to step up and start coming back into this contest. Shishimi with the sleeve grip, using that to her advantage, following up with the Ashiwaza. Attempt of a Sodi there, taking that sleeve with her. She obviously knows that that's the grip to take. Abby trying to take that left hand sleeve across with her. Now comes on. Oh, yes! And a lovely finish there. There was a bit of a fumbling there with the hands and getting the correct grip, but when she did, Abby just executed that technique brilliantly, finishing for Ippon. Well, where it looked like it wasn't a very exciting match, it ended up being a wonderful finish and a convincing win to Abby that goes through to the next round, the semi-finals. Just clips the heels. It wasn't an Uchimi, but more of a Hare.
In blue for Romania, Alexandra Larissa Florian.
The Uchimata, but it wasn't through the leg. It clipped the leg as she tried to avoid it.
On mat 2, we start quarterfinal for women under 57 kilograms.
It was a great finish there. Lovely plant for the Ippon.
In
the
blue for
Uchimata.
France, Priscilla Neto.
Once
In
more,
white
that
for
leg comes
Mongolia,
steps, once
Rio
a
Olympic
double
Games
step,
silver
step once,
medalist,
then swing through.
Subia.
Good
Sie
upper
haben's
body
gehört, auf der
control.
Matte 2 nun im weißen Judoanzug sehen wir die Silbermedaillengewinner der Olympischen Spiele von Rio 2016 aus der Mongolei.
Guicha of Canada now in the white, and Florin from Romania in the blue. This is the other quarterfinal of the women's 52 kilos.
On tatami 3, it's time for the quarterfinal for women under 57 kilogram.
Liebe Freunde, jetzt auf der Matte 3 ebenfalls die Viertelfinale.
Across a lovely Ochigari, stumbling an opponent down, scoring the Wazari. Florin from Romania goes into the lead, now looking for the Sangaku turnover. Needs to dig in a bit deeper behind that arm, but then changed her mind and looked for the Shimiwaza. 2.5 minutes left in this contest. Oh, lovely Kosota. Now turning her opponent over. Guicha of Canada in the white. Really now changing the dynamics of this contest. Trailing with the Wazari has really stepped it up a gear now, piling a little bit of pressure on the Romanian. But the Romanian still has that sleeve and controls nicely, following it through with an attack. Well, the Canadian has the problem of her sleeve being drawn down. Now this is where you see with the rules whether it's someone that's been negative by holding the sleeve down, and the referee has spotted that, which was well done to the referee, because it sometimes looks as if it could be the athlete themselves keeping their arms down to try and pull away by drawing the hand low. But the Romanian picks up the Shido, and rightly so. Canadian now looking to get that arm over, but walks straight onto the Uchimata, and Florin goes through to the semi-final of the women's under 52 kilos. And she'll be up against Shishimi of Japan for a place in the final. Hooks in. The mistake the Canadian made, tried to get her head out, but lifted herself up, and the Romanian stepped right through the Uchimata and bounced right underneath her opponent to finish it. A lovely finish. Good, strong, left-handed grip.
Let's welcome in blue for Brazil, Eleonis Valentin. And in white for Israel, Gili Cohen.
Now we have Cohen of Israel in the white gi, and representing Brazil, Valentin in the blue. Now Cohen, the powerhouse she is, very, very strong. She works her way into the Niwaza there, looking for any opportunity to capitalize there. Well, Cohen has got the stronger of grips, trying to desperately get that right hand high on the collar. The Brazilian holding the sleeve down, but really, other than being very defensive, hasn't really got anything to follow through with that sleeve grip. It's just a matter of time she will pick up a Shido if she doesn't use it. She has the drop Seoinage there, not as convincing as we would hope it would be. One more would result like that with the Shido. Brazilian with her head caught down again. That right hand high up over into what is a Makakomi. A combination of attacks there from rear to the sacrifice. And there's the first Shido, which we would have anticipated coming a little bit earlier. That right hand. Valentin desperately wants over the top, but each time Cohen has got the sleeve and uses it very well. Valentin desperately to try and control her opponent, play this match to her own pace. He's finding it very difficult. Cohen is just getting the grips and hitting off them straight away. And you've got Valentin that really wants to set it up, wants to take her time, get the grip that she needs to throw big. If she does that, then we could see some exciting judo coming from this Brazilian. As we know, technically they are very, very strong. Again, she's got the grip, drop Seoinage, and that's the sort of judo we expect. And that was most probably one of the strongest attacks out of both these fighters. So 1 minute 37 seconds left in this contest. Brazilian with that right hand on the lapel. Working off there with the drop Seoinage. Shido now goes to Cohen of Israel, so that evens it all up. Slight look of frustration for the Brazilian, because she really is trying to get the basic grip first before engaging in the throw. And Cohen is just quite happy to get anything and put anything in at this moment. Very erratic and slightly out of control, but where Valentin wants to be more precise and take her time. Lovely drop Seoinage again, very strong. Well, Cohen, work rate, you can't fault. She piles the attacks in. Not always are they the best attacks. Valentin just really is slightly frustrated every time the opportunity arises to get the grip. And there we have, each time she comes in, it's a lot deeper and it's a lot stronger. There's much more of a threat from the Brazilian as far as the ability to throw and finish. Cohen is just happy to be first. Valentin really needs to just control the grips, take her time, as she's doing. Now she's looking for the opportunity in Niwaza, but 12 seconds and it's looking like this contest will go to golden score. Valentin with a strong grip. She's trying to get some movement first before she attacks. Didn't do so well there, the Brazilian, as she dropped in. The referee obviously asking her to tidy up. So, golden score now. Cohen a little bit robotic here, just attack, but doesn't really have much thought process in what she's going to follow through with, and it's just about hitting first. Valentin, another drop Cianagi. Cohen's looking for the shimiwaza. So 21 seconds into golden score, and opportunity there for Cohen with the Ouchigari, just failed to see it. Oh, the Brazilian has got to be very careful. She can afford to get another Shido, which would even this up. Cohen first in every time. Can't fault the work rate of the Israelian, but technically I wouldn't have said is the stronger of the two. But definitely the more determined. Well, it's just a matter of Cohen just trying to wear her opponent down. But as you can see, it's attack after attack, but very, very clumsy looking. And dangerous to a point that if she picks up a Shido, she could lose. Well, that's a score. She fell off on the wrong side, but that was a score for me. Well, the drop Cianagi didn't go to the direction she was hoping, but Cohen fell over the other side. Well, they didn't.
Yeah, it's a really tricky one. I mean, Eloidis Valentin is wondering how it is that she's failed to win this. When you see the replay, she loses contact with the hand, and she ends up almost defending.
Yes.
Against it. Cohen, meanwhile, falls off on her side,
yeah.
but there's no contact from Valentin, who now is almost defending against her failed attack, and she ends up with the false attack.
Well, that was a win because of determination. It wasn't stylish, but it was gutsy, and she was determined. She went out to win it, and it didn't matter how it looked, as long as she won it. It wasn't the most stylish ways of winning a match, but nevertheless, who remembers how you win the match? It's what medal you get at the end of it.
Well, this is an interesting contest between Nike Nordmeyer and Amandine Bouchard. I think these fighters know each other really well. So that should be interesting to see how this one pans out. Okay, it's Nordmeyer in the white judogi, Bouchard in blue, and I'm going to leave this one with Loretta.
Right, well, this is going to be a good match, and based on that little bit of information, a very interesting match indeed. So, Nordmeyer trying to dig in there, looking for an opportunity on the Niwaza. Bouchard has had a very good junior cadet and junior career that we've followed for many years. A tough little cookie out there when she wants to be. And this is going to be a very interesting match indeed. So just into the 3 minutes remaining of this contest. Nothing really in this match at all. Bouchard looking for the drop Cianagi. Nordmeyer following through for an attempt of a shimiwaza, but did go over the face, so obviously doesn't count. Nordmeyer, as you can see, with the head being pulled down by Bouchard. Now digs in the Niwaza. A nice strong right-handed grip there from Bouchard. Needs to use it though. He's maybe hanging on a little bit too long. Nordmeyer has got her head, as you can see, pulled down, finding it difficult to get out of that situation, but Bouchard's not capitalising on such a good grip and a good position she was in with such a long time. Well, first Shido goes to Germany with 1 minute and 42 seconds left in the contest.
The winner on mat 2, in white for Japan, Udaka Nae.
Makakomi attempts the arm over the top, but not quite sure what's happening there.
At number 2, it's time for quarterfinal for men under 60 kilograms. Please welcome in blue for Great Britain, Ashley Kenzie. And in white
I'm not
for
quite
Brazil,
sure what happened there.
Felipe Belim.
But it was Ari to Bouchard.
Siegerin auf der Matte 3 und damit im Halbfinale bis 57 Kilogramm aus Serbien, Jovana
High collar,
Rogic.
right-handed grip, goes in deeper towards the belt. That leg is sort of hovering around for the Ochi Osota. A good combination of attacks there, and it goes for the Kosota.
Auf Matte 3 nun also die
Gary.
Viertelfinalbegegnung der Männer bis 60 Kilogramm. Wir sehen im Blau-Anzug aus Kirgisistan Otar Bestay und ihm gegenüber im weißen Anzug der Grand-Prix-Sieger von Qingdao Ulaanbaatar 2016 aus der Mongolei, Dajdaba Amakushwi.
Well, just under a minute, 42 seconds precisely to go. Bouchard, Wazari, lead. Again, that right-handed high collar creeps in very deep indeed. Looking for the Ochi, then drops underneath her opponent. Driving off the back leg. Makikomi attempt there, trying to pile a little bit of pressure on Bouchard, but she'll not be phased by that with the Wazari on the board and 7 seconds to go. She'll be quite happy to stay on her knees. Well, that was a convincing win there for Bouchard, for France, who goes into the semi-final of the women's under 52 kilo category.
Tatami 1, the winner in blue for France, Amandine Bouchard. Amandine Bouchard will be in the semi-final for women under 52 kilograms. On mat 1, it's time for Repechage contests for women under 48 kilograms.
Wir beginnen jetzt auf der Matte 1 mit den Trostrundenkämpfen. Frauen bis 48 Kilogramm.
In blue for Ukraine, Marina Cherniak. In white for Serbia, Milica Nikolic.
So representing Serbia, Nikolic in the white gi. And Cherniak of Ukraine in the blue. Nikolic in white, Cherniak of Ukraine in the blue. This is the first match of the repechage of the women's 48 kilos. If you've just joined us, I'm Loretta Cusack-Doyle, and on behalf of the International Judo Federation, welcome to Düsseldorf for the Grand Prix 2017. It's been some amazing matches throughout the day, some very close ones, but also very convincing wins. And we're now coming very close to the decider of who will be closer to those medals or those finals later on in the final block. 346 athletes will participate over 3 days here in Düsseldorf, 206 men and 140 women, and they'll be representing 50 nations here. With the new point system, not only will they be wanting that valuable medal, but the points that actually go with it, and 700 points for a gold medal here would put them very nicely in the world ranking, in a good position in the world ranking list. As we know, Grand Slams 1,000 and World Masters 1,800, and then the pinnacle of World Championships or Olympic Games 2,000 points. So major difference in taking a medal here in these events. Lots of changes with even the rules. It's made it very effective and very positive, engaging judo, and exciting as well. Nikolic there looking desperately for Serbia to get something there in the Niwaza. She's tied up the upper part of the body, but doesn't seem to be a way forward into finishing it. Well, Shido now been awarded to Nikolic. He then changes the pace of this contest and steps up a gear. With a Wazari on the board, she's in a very good position, strong position.
Time for the next quarterfinal for men under 60 kilograms, the time 2. Please welcome in blue for France,
Cherniak
European champion,
of the Ukraine, really battling, falls onto that drop Sienagi. Nikolic taking the second Wazari, and now looking for Cherniak, looking for some Niwaza opportunities, but the clock's ticking away. Valuable times eaten up for the Ukraine, and the best possible chance that she's got at this moment is to be in the Tachiwaza, in the standing. Sheniak, they're trying desperately to get into this match, finding it very difficult to grip up. Gets a penalty there for breaking the grip, not following through with it. Nikolic there looking not only for the clock to tick away, but stay busy and look for any opportunity in groundwork. Tactically the best position for her to be in with two Wazaris on the board. So that was a good win for Nikolic that goes through to the next round of the repechage, into the final of the repechage.
The winner on mat 1.
Now we'll go across to mat number 2, where we watch the quarter-final between the Mongolian Gambat and Kaya of France. So we're into first minute and a half in this contest.
Repechage contest for women under 48 kilograms, tatami 1. In blue for Israel, Shira Alishoni.
Well, sadly, it's looking like something seriously happened there with Kaya, who's, I think it's a knee injury, but he's finding it very difficult to get back into this contest. And I think that body language is telling us all that he can't continue, and the match is awarded to Gambat. So Gambat takes place in the semi-finals of the men's 66. Not quite sure what happened there, but obviously for Kaya that would have been very disappointing. Just hope he gets that opportunity to fight on in the bronze medal repechage.
Well, he's not going to be ducking out on just a sore foot. It's obviously something that's really troubling him.
Yes.
The possibility that he could come back in the repechage is there if he gets treatment.
Yes.
And that may have been in his head, although with most judokas, I think they only go when they absolutely have to, by which time normally it's too late. You know, the damage is already done. Now, whether he can get some treatment and come back is another matter. We'll find out. But in any case, we move to the next contest. It's still on mat number 2. It's Dovdan Altansuk of Mongolia. He faces Isoda Norihito of Japan. Dovdan in the white judogi, Isoda in blue. And I think we saw Isoda throwing really nice early on. I don't think Dovdan will want to see it again. Especially if he's going to be on the receiving end. So for Dovdan, he's hoping very much that he's seen the best of his soda already. Here's Loretta.
Well, he would hope so, wouldn't he? But it's going to be a tough... Well, for me, Isoda is the one to beat. And he's been that little bit more impressive than Dovdan today. But it is a place in the semi-final of this men's 66 kilos. And Dovdan there trying to get the arm round the waist, but he opts for taking the high collar, now dropping under his opponent. Isoda now looking for the Niwas, and we know they're very, very clever in the ground. turns his opponent over. Most importantly, ties up the upper part of the body, controlling that head nicely, but as you can see, those legs are well wrapped around from Dovdan. Well, the Mongolian diving in towards the belt. The Mongolian drops to avoid any well, he's looking like he's wanting some tape. He gets his Shido. Now just needs to tidy up the tape work around his fingers. You can see there a good picture of the stadium. Magnificent stadium here, very well planned and great atmosphere, isn't it?
Well, for Friday afternoon, you know, early in the afternoon, Friday, you don't expect a big crowd, especially when you take into consideration that this is Carnival week in Düsseldorf and there's a huge carnival taking place.
Yes.
It's a big draw, you know, families, young people, they want to be out there. So you've got the real judo diehards in here, and yet every weekend when we come here, there's a terrific crowd. Come Saturday, Sunday, it's packed out. That bank of supporters, which is off to the right hand side of your screen, is fully packed out. And tomorrow, the ones that's facing your screen that you at home can see, that will be packed out as well. So they do get a good crowd in here. This is the best attended Grand Prix, I think.
So they're now back in. It was 3,000 capacity here, spectator. So that's, you have like Paris, that's what, 11,000, but a 15,000 stadium. Isoda again looking for something in the Niwaza, trying to secure the upper body once more, but as you can see, again that leg's caught in, and the legs of the Mongolian will again too difficult. A real powerhouse.
French judoka qualifies for bronze medal contest for women under 48 kilograms. On mat 1 is time
Isoda there with the lapel, left hand on the lapel, using that as a controlling and opening opportunity. Dovdan realised that, attempted a Sutemiwaza, wasn't as effective, and I don't think it really was. It was just a ploy to get out of what was looking to be a good setup there. And a Kosota Gari there for Isoda, who follows through into the ground once more. But each time, Dovdan taking that leg. All he needs to do as well is controlling of that leg. Kosota again. We saw that in the previous match. It's a successful throw for him, executed well. Sutemiwaza followed through with very little at the end, but second Shido now, and the pressure slightly on Isoda. Oh, he has to really start going for it now. The Ashiwazas has got to start, and that Kosota in there it is. It's got to be a little bit more aggressive. Well, if anything's going to work for the Japanese, it is the Ashiwaza. That Kosota has threatened it quite a few times. But he needs, it's the aggressive approach that he needs now. He's waiting far too long, and the referee doesn't like that. So we're now into the golden score, but I have a feeling that Kosota is going to be seen again, but this time it's going to be much more effective. Well, it would be a shame for Soda to pick up another Shido. Every attack he's put in has been spot on. As he works there in the Niwaza again, but the leg's only going to get caught up, and it's going to be just as much effort to try and get the leg out, which really at this stage, when you've had already 4 minutes of a battle, reserving your energy has got to be one of the factors that you need when it goes into golden score.
Yeah, Isoda's got the tempo wrong during the normal period of time, and that's what given him the 2 Shidos. However, that would previously have put him out.
Definitely, yes.
Luckily, now we're still waiting for a score, and as we've said 4 or 5 times already today, this is not a bad situation. We're glad to see him.
I'm not sure there if he's got the shimmy waza on. Gets the leg caught again.
So it's a good tussle. It may be a little bit technical for some people. You know, you just want to see a big smash 'em up, you know, bang 'em up throw. But it's not always possible when the 2 fighters are so evenly matched, and this is the case here. And it's making for a good and interesting battle.
Well, there's a lot of tactics being played within this contest, and Isoda has, like you said, the tempo in the match itself in the main round, 4 minutes. Started off very slow, which he started to accumulate very quickly the Shidos, but he was taking his time for a much better finish in his attacks, and every time he has attacked, they have been a better finish. And there's a Kosota again, just really well executed, but it was anticipated very well by Dovdon. He managed to get out of that technique, but that's the big threat, the Ashiwazas for me. Now once more we're in the Niwaza situation. Energy spent in trying to get that leg. Will he persevere?
Just a foot now. There
yes.
It is.
Well, you've got to give him 10 out of 10 for the perseverance, but can he maintain the hold? But even
10 seconds will do.
Will be enough.
Just got to trap the leg here. You could still do it. No, it's gone now. Then it doesn't matter. Single score.
He's got the score, and that's the win.
Yeah, single score in golden score period will do it.
And I think
that
shot expression
now.
just shows it all, doesn't it? Exactly what he's gone through. I think he found that very challenging indeed.
Oh, both of them. Really tough contest that was.
Well, it puts them into the place of a semi-final, which we'll see him a little bit later.
Now, not wanting to take anything away from Baruch Shmailov or Sergiu Olienic, they've got a quarter-final coming up, but we've got a semi-final on mat number 1. So let's go to mat number 1 to take a look at Noah Minska of Israel. She faces Tonaki Funa of Japan. This is in the under 48 kilo category. Tonaki Funa is the number 3 seed here, so it's a tall order for Noah Minska. This is the Japanese representative in the under 48 kilo category, and the list of 48 kilo fighters for Japan is long.
They have such depth, don't they? Especially with the ladies.
In blue for Portugal.
It was an outstanding performance from the Japanese team in Paris as well, a fortnight ago.
Well, the winner of this contest is going to face Melanie Clement in the final. We already had the first semi-final. Melanie Clement overcame Monica Ungureanu of Romania.
And she picked up a bronze medal in Paris a fortnight ago, so she'll be wanting to push herself a little better this time.
He took a bit of a bump there on the hand on going down. Just trying to gather herself now.
Well, what we do know, the Israelis are great fighters and battle right to the end. Quite an aggressive approach to a contest each time. And so this is no surprise from the Israeli. Tonaki, well, I think she's just trying to calm down the situation. She's not as aggressive, but she's a bit more precise in her attacks and takes her time. But she's starting to harden up a little bit. She's taken a little bit too much in this first minute and a half, and now has started to change the pace the way she fights. Tanaki there, dropping down, following through. Whoa, well, Minska, really an aggressive approach to this contest. Wasn't going to spend any time in the Niwaza. And just showed how powerful she was by lifting her opponent up there.
Just to remind you that those of you who want to watch either the contest between Baruch Shmailov or Sergio Olenek, just press on mat number 2, click on mat number 2, and then down on mat number 3 it's Vaza Margvelashvili of Georgia and Kamal Khan Magomedov of Russia. That might be an interesting head-to-head, that quarter-final. We might go down there and have a look at that afterwards.
Definitely. We're here with this semi-final, the 48. That's progressing quite nicely here, but the second Shudo being awarded to the Israeli. Piling a little bit of pressure on herself now. Started off a very aggressive way, and it's now started to calm down slightly where Tonaki.
That was Vaza Margvelashvili throwing Kamal Khan Magomedov over the left hip. Oh dear.
Lovely attack.
And the little foot at the end, the right leg just at the end to help him, help him on the
Just to
way.
accelerate it a little bit, more spin on it.
Nice effort there from Noa Minska, left-sided. Tanaki Funa just moving around to her left to avoid getting caught in that. Minute left to go.
Well, the coach has got his one warning and one warning only. Can be red carded himself out of the arena if he doesn't behave himself. But as you can see, the Japanese has just stepped it up now into the second gear. Before she'd had enough of the Israeli, and that was really aggressive start and took her off on the back foot really, and a little bit of surprise.
May pick up another penalty here.
But there's a possibility of that because now the pressure from Japan. Yeah, and there's the third Shido and the Hansokimaki, so the win goes to Tonaki.
It's not the way that she would have wanted to have taken it, but hey, you take them as they come, you know.
A win's a win, and that's it.
Well, we've got 2 repechage contests and a quarter-final, so there's no choice. We've got to go back to mat number 2. Baruch Shmailov of Israel faces Sergio Olenek of Portugal. He joined the contest, which has already gone into golden score. And Shmailov in the white judogi, Olenek in blue. And just as we join, over goes Olenek. We joined that just in time.
Just got the nice little bit at the end.
That means 3. It's time for semi-final for women under 57 kilograms.
So having done that one, there's another repechage contest. We're going to annoy our chief by going to mat number 3 now, because Theresa Stoll of Germany is up against Jovana Rogic of Serbia. It's a semi-final in the under 57 kilo category. Stoll in the white judogi, Rogic in blue. There you go.
The number 2, the winner in white for Israel, Baruch Shmailov. Baruch Shmailov will be in the semi-final.
Well, I always find it amazing when you've got these, the two the twins,
they're
fighting at the same level. They're at this high level of competitive judo.
Incredible.
It's amazing that two from the same family, and not only twins. It's nice.
In blue for Russia, Anastasia Kolkina. In white for France, London Olympic Games bronze medalist, Priscilla Netto.
Auf der Matte 2 auch nun wieder olympischer Glanz. Im weißen Judoanzug die
Very strong, trying to engage on the grip.
aus Frankreich.
Stoll a little bit apprehensive and picks up her first Shido, and both goes to Shido piece. As you can see, the body language is saying that Stoll is just pushing back. She's stepping back, she's not engaging. A little bit more apprehensive in this semi-final match. But she'll have the support here in this arena for her. And she tries to head for a place in the final of the women's 57 kilos. And she's got a very strong right hand grip there. Combination of attacks. Second Shido now been awarded to the Serbian. Stoll controlling very nicely. Now she draws her opponent, says you can see that left hand being very defensive there from Rogic, that stops that arm coming even deeper. We'll look for the Uchimata. Stoll.
The winner of match 1 in white for Japan, Shishime Ai. Shishime Ai qualifies for bronze medal contest for women under 52 kilograms.
You can see the concentration on Stoll as she's desperately trying to get that right hand over, trying to work out how she can break the defense of Rogic that's stopping that, drawing her opponent's head down, and now starting to work from a bent over posture. Not the best style for Stoll, as she likes to be upright and that arm thrown over the top. And she picks up her second Shido, so it's 2 apiece. One more would result in a Hansokumaki. So either one of these. So still 1 minute left in the contest. And German looking for some Niwaza there. Right hand again is always that threat, and there it goes again, and a drop from the Serbian. Sangaku turn, and we've seen many a time through this contest. Very popular Niwaza turnover. Stoll really desperately trying to get that right hand. It's looking a little bit more negative there for Roderick as she tries to avoid the arm coming over. Does the drop Sianagi to get herself out of the danger. A real battle here of the Kimikata. Now we're into the golden score.
Ja, liebe Judo-Freunde, nochmal anfeuern für Matte 3. Spannendes Halbfinale da. Es geht ins Golden Score. Wer zieht ins Finale bis 57 Kilo?
Well, the danger is for Teresa getting that right arm over the top. That's what she really needs. Anything less won't be good enough, and Roderick just needs to be battling the way that she has been throughout this contest to avoid that right arm. And there it is, the right arm. Oh, so close. She just let it slip away, but it was all there for the taking. And again, that right arm is the major danger here in this contest. It's the only thing that's been the most threatening. But there's a Sianagi. Oh!
I love the coach. He got looked. Yeah.
So close. Well, that's most probably the best attack that the Serbian has done throughout the whole contest. The closest she's been to even getting close to a throw.
Stoll just that little bit taller.
Just a little bit more.
Longer limbed.
Gives her a slight advantage.
There's another chance. Well, you can't claim, the Serbian coach is claiming that she stepped up, but you can't claim that because she was moving away from the attack. That's not a problem.
Well, she's not just walking away to avoid
Absolutely,
contact.
absolutely.
Now Stoll there, she needs to get that arm right over. If she does, if she's
There she goes again. Comes to the kaki! Yeah!
Well, she threatened it right from the beginning, and it was just the icing on the cake for that one. Lovely bit of judo. She just needed to be a bit more gritty and determined and gutsy at the end, because sometimes it can go horribly wrong, but she was threatening it all the way through this contest. So it's no big surprise. It's just nice to see a finish like that after such a grueling match.
And it was a minute into golden score, and I know that people are against the idea.
Lovely technique. Hosoto drives in and plants her partner onto the mat. She obviously opened the mat and buried her. Oh, you cannot fault that.
We're going to go down to mat number 2 now, because there's a semi-final taking place between the number 1 seed in the under 57 kilo category, Dorjsurin Sumia. She faces former world champion Udaka Nae of Japan. It's Dorjsurin, the Olympic silver medalist, against the former world champion Udaka Nae. Dorjsurin in white, Udaka in blue. Both fighters have picked up 2 penalties, so it's a tight-looking affair between the pair, but we've got well over 2 minutes left to go, so not the most attractive as far as the scoreboard is concerned, but we haven't seen it ourselves, so we're not sure what those penalties were for. We'll settle back and watch this contest now. So Dorjsurin just taking a bump to the lip there. I'm sure it was not intended by Udaka. She doesn't worry about holding up a hand as if to say, oh, sorry about that. She just gets on with it. So we'll see whether...
This is going to be well, as you can see, with sort of a minute and 40 seconds left in this contest. 2 shidos apiece. It is a real battle, isn't it? And it's now to a point on who's going to be, let's say, gutsy enough to be first and try something different than what's been predictable for both opponents.
Dorjsurin, the world number 1 at under 57 kilos, so no nothing straightforward about this. And Udaka, the former world champion, so nothing straightforward about that. But it's
Udaka there takes the final Shido and a Hansokumaki, and Dawson goes into the final of the women's 57s. It's not the nicest way to see someone go into a final. It's not a nice way to win that because it isn't as convincing and as straightforward, but that's the rules.
And most unusually, a rather long delay for the Japanese to leave the mat. They normally just take the decision and off they go, but
yes.
Udaka and I was really reluctant to leave the mat there.
Well, the thing is, if you're getting to 2 Shidos, you've just got to accept it. If it happens, it happens. You've put yourself in that predicament. So you've just got to
take the third one.
Take it.
Yeah. I can't remember who it was that was saying, oh, there's another semi-final taking place on mat number 1. Let's go down to have a look at the semi-final between Abe Uta of Japan. She faces Alexandra Florian of Romania. It's Abe in the white judogi, Florian in blue. Both fighters have picked up a penalty apiece. We're all only into the first 30 seconds or so. It's Abe in the white judogi, Florian in blue. Yeah, someone was saying to me the other day, you make okay, again at 48 to 52. Even if she doesn't make it at the semi-finals,
she's had a very successful junior and early senior career at 48s, and remember as far back as the cadets doing extremely well. And there's always that fear when you're so successful at a very young age, and then you make that move. Are you going to continue, or is it the stopping or the slowing process of success? But Cohen, as we saw in the quarterfinal to get into the semi, was a real hard battle, and this is exactly what she is, a real battler. Bouchard with the German for the quarterfinals, and again it was a real tough match. So both of these, it's not been an easy ride to this semi-final.
Good grip there from Bouchard, strong.
She's got a very strong right hand grip that she takes over, and then that's the real threat. She's got the Sori there from the opposite side. Bouchard defeating Nordmeyer for a place in the semi-final. Well, it is just about the strong Kimikata, and Bouchard seems to be dominating quite nicely on the grips, but doesn't seem to follow through at all. And she's got to be very careful because she'll start picking up the Shidos. And what we've seen in the previous match, that that can be the downfall of getting through.
The possibility, sorry about that, the possibility that Ashley Mackenzie would fight Walid Kaya for the second time in 2 weeks didn't materialise because Walid had hurt his foot, the French fighter, and he didn't come out for that repechage contest. So we spoke about him having some treatment, possibly having it strapped and then coming out, but it didn't materialise. So Mackenzie is now through to the first of the bronze medal matches in the under 60 kilo category, as we just finish off watching Amandine Bouchard and the Tate Shiogutami to finish off Gilly Cohen and take her place in the final.
Well, that's been a battle all the way to this final.
We're going to go down to mat number 2, I think. Let's have a look at Felipe Pelim of Brazil. He's up against Ganbat Bolbatar of Mongolia, the 2013 world champion. Pelim in the white judogi, Ganbat in blue. It's Pelim, the Brazilian, who threw beautifully early on when he was behind in the contest. He's in the white judogi, Ganbat's in blue. He's picked up a single Shido. There's a minute left to go, and here is Loretta Cusack-Doyle.
Well, you've got, thank you. You've got Pelim there with the left hand high collar grip. started off really well there, controlling, but made the mistake of trying to venture back out after engaging into an attack. And it's always the danger of getting caught on your way out. And he was very lucky not to conceive a score. So very bent over postures there. Pelham very, very composed. Very serious looking fighter there, but doesn't seem to have good body language, doesn't allow his emotions to take control in any time of the contest. So he's just taking each second he's out there. Real deep thought process in this contest. It's been like that right from the beginning as well.
A neat little piece of work there by Pelham with that attempted counter.
He shows some real glimmer of excellence in his judo, and but what I do like about him, his body language. He doesn't give anything away. You wouldn't know if he was tied up in knots and nerves or if he's frustrated. Nothing just shows in his expressions at all. Very deep thinker there. That left hand which nicely controls. It comes in very deep. Sumigeish. Again, another attack. And Gamba comes in for the attack off the Niwaza. So just a minute into golden score.
So this would have been done and dusted in the old rule with Pelham having picked up the single
Definitely,
Shido, but he's not out of it. He
No.
for me is an integral part of the contest. He's making it really interesting, and yet on paper the Shido would have said, "Oh, you did something wrong, you're out."
There's a certain amount of sort of tension and feel that you get from his fight, because you cannot really predict what he's going to do, but you just can feel that something's going to happen. But sadly, obviously he doesn't go through to the final. We will be in for the bronze medal, but Gamba, a deserving win just in the golden score with 1.5 minutes in, goes through to the final of the men's 60 kilos. But he's a very Pelham is a very interesting fighter.
In the final for men under 60 kilograms.
And that Bolbatar overcoming what is in effect the number 3 Brazilian. Ahead of him you've got Eric Takabatake, Felipe Kitadai, and then this Felipe Pelham. So it's not a bad boy at number 3 for Brazil.
No, he's a very interesting fighter, and I'm sure we'll see him a lot more on the world circuit.
We're going to stick here on mat number 2 to see his teammate. This is in the under 66 kilo category. We've seen him a couple of times already today, Dovdon Altansuk. In the white judogi, he faces Sergio Olianic of Portugal in blue.
Auch auf der Matte 2 und Trostrunde bis 66 Kilogramm.
In blue for Portugal, Sergio Olianic. In white for Mongolia, Dovdon Altansuk.
Well, as far as size are concerned, a nice drop underneath his opponent there.
Dear spectators,
Olianic
we remind you that
now looking to try and follow through into a Niwaza, and desperately looking for an opportunity, some opening to rotate his opponent over. Dovdon very tight and just waiting. Olenig there with the left hand on the lapel. As you can see, controls it quite nice. Looking for the shimiwaza, not quite sure, but Dovdon rolls him over in the ground. Now turns this all around and is, I'm not sure if he's got the leg there, but he is in danger. And I don't think he's out of the woods yet. So Olenig there, very dangerous situation he found himself in, that niwaza. Dovdon looking for the uchimata. Right hand of Dovdon round the back. Likes to engage and get very close to his opponent, drawing his opponent's head down. Olenig there coming round the Sutemiwaza attack. Once again, we see the situation we've seen so many times throughout the day, is that leg always being caught up.
It's when there's only the foot left that you start to think, hey, this could be some problems.
This is where Dovdon sort of ran out of steam, because he found himself in the niwaza, and at the beginning he was very strong and holding on to that leg, but he just ran out of steam at the end, and that's when the Japanese really, Isoda just finished him off and took the leg out, and that's what cost him the place in the final. Olenig there with another drop Cianagi, but needs to tidy that up a little bit. Well, it's a real battle of grips here, and a drop again from the Portuguese as he follows again through into the niwaza. Dovdon quite happy just, but is he going to get enough power? Well,
yeah, Shiro, but got turned. They're both in danger of getting held
exactly,
here.
I don't know which way that was going to go, because it just looked like the Portuguese turned him over and the Mongolian was going to capitalize on that.
Absolutely.
And no, that was a
that
very
was pretty close.
dangerous situation that could have gone wrong for either one of them. Retouch of the ashiwazas there from both opponents, trying to break their opponent's balance, and again we're seeing this niwaza situation. Seconds tick away, and Dovdon just looks up at the clock and thinks, well, it's going into golden score, I'm not going to waste any more energy in here. So giving them just a second or so to tidy themselves up.
Single Shido, and we're into golden score. Possible that we may have to come back to this, because the contest down on mat number 3 has just finished between Denis Vieru and Kamal Khan Magomedov. That leaves us with the semi-final in the under 66 kilo category. The second of the semi-finals is coming up here after this, so let's go down to mat number 3. Oh, we're finished. Just in time. Okay, we won't go until we've seen that replay. Beg your pardon. Sure, there's a replay of that. But our chief will sort it out. He knows what we're doing. We'll talk about Tal Flicker of Israel facing Vaza Margvelashvili of Georgia. It's Flicker in the white judogi, Margvelashvili in blue, and at some stage we'll see the ending of that last contest between Dovdan and Oljenic.
Well, both these athletes have had a really good innings. They've had a great day. Some really good performances from both, and it's very interesting to see how this is going to pan out. I wouldn't like to commit either way, really.
Nun auf das zweite Halbfinale bis 66 Kilogramm auf der Matte 2. Wir begrüßen
As we know, the Georgians are very strong and had a really good performance overall in Paris. We've got some real depth in the men's judo.
In any case, it was Dovdan who came unstuck at the end. Oljenic came back with the score, so that's how it ended up. We'll see it in the end. That was a nice effort there from Margvelashvili. He comes up with Wazari.
Yeah. Well, it's a good start for Margvelashvili. And just over 2.5 minutes left in this contest, so it's still a long way to go. Still a battle between these two, even though there's Wazari on the board at this moment. Still a long way to go. Flicker, a very experienced fighter, but really struggling against the grips of the Georgian. So Margvelashvili looking for an opportunity off that arm, but Flicker defending well. So you just sense there's lovely Uchimata there. You could sense the build-up of that technique as he came under the arms of the judogi.
Georgian really going to work here now with 3 scores on the board.
3 scores is a bit of a cricket score, isn't it, really?
Tal is struggling a bit today. The 2 Israelis actually in the semi-finals. One Baruch Shmailov up against Isoda Norihito of Japan, and Tal Flicker against Margvelashvili, but things looking rough for Tal Flicker at the moment.
Kosota there, he's just picking him off all the time. He's again looking for the Niwaza. The clock will tick away quite nicely. He's quite happy to stay down there.
Yeah, half a minute or so left to go. Burn up some of the clock.
For this stage of the tournament, to have 3 Wazaris on the board is some doing, isn't it? Just shows you how strong this Georgian really is. Got to be a real favourite for this weight category, but Isoda possibly in the other final.
Yeah, Isoda had a little bit of a struggle in his quarter-final, didn't he? He went into golden score in order to finish it off, and then got there in the end. To see if he's got enough to get past Shmailov now.
The quarterfinals was a real struggle, wasn't it, for him? But possibly a clash of styles.
Well, we will get to see a little bit of Isoda and Shmailov, because Margvelashvili, the Georgian, has won with 3 scores, a comprehensive drubbing there over Tal Flicker of Israel. An unusual situation to see Tal Flicker go over 3 times.
Yes,
he's
very unusual.
Normally a bit more solid on his feet, but Margvelashvili had the beating of him, and it's Isoda on mat 2 has just overcome Shmylov. Another struggle for Isoda Norihito, apparently, because you could see it as he was about to get up there. You weren't quite sure who indeed was the victor there. Isoda looked as though he'd been through the wars, but he came out the winner there, and it'll be Isoda in the final of the under 66 kilo category. He'll go head to head with Vaza Margvelashvili of Georgia. Well, that's all the live action that we've got for you. We're going to have a quick look at Loretta Kusakbo filling in her contest sheets that she's keeping beautifully done with some lovely handwriting. Then she's left another cup of coffee there.
Well, for me, it's gone so quick.
Yeah, it has.
It's just, I'm like surprised.
And you did all the work.
I'm waiting for the next match because I'm thinking, what's coming up next? You sit here so excited and waiting for the next fight to come along. But I'm really, really surprised how quickly the day has gone. But the quality of judo has been excellent, hasn't it?
We've got
some exciting matches.
We've got the Olympic silver medalist, Dorjsurin Sumia, the number 1 seed in the under 57 kilo category, to fight the home favourite, if you like, Teresa Stoll, one of the Stoll sisters. That should be nice, shouldn't it? She overcame Rogic in the semi-final. That was a really good contest.
She's had a really good match. All her matches throughout have been very good, and I'd like to see it. She's got a hard task.
Yeah,
there's no
tough
doubt
one.
about it. A very tough one. But it would be nice on home grounds for her to just do it today.
Yeah, it's a good one. Well, they're definitely going to get a medal. Germany will take a medal. In the under 66 kilo category, it's Isoda Norihito of Japan to face Vaza Margvelashvili of Georgia. That's the final of the under 66 kilo category. I'm going to steal these from Loretta, and I can understand her writing. Had it been my handwriting, there would have been absolutely no choice at all. Amandine Bouchard of France to face Shishimi Ai in the under 52 kilo category.
And this is where I'm going to let myself down big style because I've only got half of the draw.
No, not at all. We may be able to remember it. In the under 60 kilo category, it's Ganbat Bolbatar of Mongolia. And who was it down in the bottom half of the draw? Well, it could be another Georgian there, Amiran Papinashvili. That might be the one. Papinashvili would have had who in that semi-final? Dashtava Amatufshin. It's one of those two. We'll look that up for you and come back. We haven't really looked at, is it Milica Nikolic?
No, we haven't. Well, I think that we've had a couple of matches with her, but she is in...
Oh, she's down in the repechage contest, so it can't be her then.
I think, I'm not quite
Monica
sure, but I
Ungaranu?
think she might have lost.
Or Melanie Clement. Melanie Clement, you're quite right. She is. It is Melanie Clement, you're right. And Tanaki Funa lost in the semi-final, didn't she? Tanaki lost out. So some interesting ones.
Very interesting matches.
Oh, there you go.
ahead.
There you go. It's Milica Nikolic of Serbia to face Noah Minska. That's in the bronze medal contest. Melody Vugani of France to face Monica Ungary in the second bronze medal contest. And the final is actually Tanaki Funa against Melanie Clement. One of the Japanese lost out. I can't remember which one it was. I'm thinking it was Shishimi. Shishimi lost to Abe. Abe is the Japanese in the final. That's okay.
Right, sir, I've messed up.
That's it.
Never mind. Talk and write at the same time is most probably
it's impossible.
Not my best
That's why I
forte.
try not to do it. Right. Loretta and I will be back at 5 o'clock. We look forward to your company then. But from everyone here at the broadcast studio in Düsseldorf in the Mitsubishi Electric Halle, we'll see you at 5 o'clock. Bye-bye for now.
Bye-bye.